So Charlie Beach fucking put me on this interview. And Charlie Beach is like, oh yeah, she's so good. Like, you know, should we start from the beginning? You know, I'll watch it all with you. I'll watch it all with you.
My dad used to talk about a law of homogenization.
Blah 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 blah.
Likely the most successful political party that has ever existed.
Yeah. Conservative, yeah. Conservative.
I got a chance.
Blah blah blah.
Reform Party, which is a.
Yep. Conservative, yep.
Yep. I think it's
Conservative, yep.
Party in the UK. Everyone who's watching and listening is going to be curious about where you came from and who you are. So maybe take us back to your childhood to begin with, and let's start there.
I had a very interesting
if you want to watch the start of this, you know, you can watch all the start of this, but you know, like I'm just gonna skip to the good bits. Like she's from Nigeria, you know, she's from like fucking Nigeria. Kemi, Badenoch, childhood in UK and Nigeria. You know, she's from Nigeria, you know, blah blah.
Not a multicultural one, because
oh dear, you know, she fucking came to this country once upon a time, and then she left back to Nigeria, and then her dad fucking said, go live in the UK with your mum or something, you know, something like that. And apparently, you know, back then, you know, they didn't even need to get a fucking. She's an illegal immigrant. She is an illegal immigrant. Yeah. Like, shouldn't even be here, to be honest. You know. It's like, oh, shit like that didn't happen back then days, you know. Like, people from Nigeria used to be like, I come in here, you know, like, you know, that's the way it was.
Deeper things, customs, norms, how we treat each other, the expectations that you have of society, and more importantly, what society has of you. What are your responsibilities, not just your rights? And those are the things that led me on the journey to conservatism. But it is very...
So she became like, she wasn't interested in government, you know, that's coming up later, but you know, she wasn't interested in government, you know, she was just interested in rights, and you know, like why she gets all these benefits out of society and other people don't get these benefits. And that's all she was interested in. But she's like, oh yeah, that's a good thing. Right? I mean, it's
rooted in my...
Is it really a good thing, you know? Like, just give everyone the benefits, you know? Like, anybody that comes here, just give them the benefits. Because you need, like, some sort of equalism, you know, between the world, you know. This is what she's thinking. You know? She's like, why does that not happen in Nigeria? Why do I come here and like I'm questioning the world, you know? Like why do I come here and this happens in here but it doesn't happen in Nigeria?
Having two places to compare to.
So you were born in 1980 and you moved to the UK in 1996. So you were 16 or 17?
Yeah.
Okay.
16.
16. And you said your studies were going well in Nigeria.
Like, that might be a nervous twitch, but...
What were you interested in, and what did you study? Now, you have a background in engineering and law.
She's swallowed then. Did you see that? She's swallowed. Might be nervous, but, you know...
Which are very disparate fields, so I'm very curious about that. But, so, what...
She's very uncomfortable. She's very closed. Jordan Peterson's got his leg up, right? The same way that she has. It looks very uncomfortable for her. I think she's just doing it just to copy Jordan Peterson. Because, you know, if you can copy somebody, then you can't be doing anything wrong psychologically. Which is fair enough, you know. Like, maybe she understands something about psychology. I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. All I can see is Jordan Peterson is very comfortable in the way he's doing it, but she's very uncomfortable.
What were you oriented to academically when you were 16? And did you have political aspirations or ambitions that early?
No. How would I?
And she blinks too much when she's thinking about things. But when she's like free expression, you know. She don't
Political
blink as
aspirations.
much.
I grew up under a military government. I didn't even know what politics was. You kind of knew what democracy was, but you knew you didn't have it. So the politics and the political sort of interest came much, much later. You know, I was supposed to be a doctor like my parents and my uncles and aunts and all their friends. That was the family that I was born. That was the sort of family that I was born into.
Like she was holding her hand like super hard when she said that. You know, I was supposed to be, you know. She feels like she should have done better, you know. She should have been a doctor or something, you know. Like even she didn't even believe in herself. Like, and she's acting quite confident, you know. She's acting quite confident. I mean, you know, like a lot of people don't believe in anything. It's nothing to be ashamed of, you know. But you know, she's lying. You know, she's lying right there. She's like, that's the way it was supposed to be, you know. Like, I don't mind about that. Well, she didn't say that, but you know, that's what she's thinking, because she's like, she was holding her hand very tightly. So she's like, oh, I'm constrained. I was constrained, and you know, I don't know if I should have been constrained. But now I'll open my hands up and I'm like, okay, I'm free, you know. And she's saying exactly what she means, but you know, it's not clear to most people.
And I had, you know, when I talked about that part scholarship, I had a pre-med part scholarship to Stanford, and my father couldn't afford the rest of it. And that was age 16. So there was time, and I came here, and the first thing I did was get a job because I was left on my own and I wanted money. So I got a job at McDonald's, and I went to a college part-time for sort of 16 to 18-year-olds. It's called a further education college. And I just thought,
I got a job at McDonald's. She was very happy about that. But then she's like, I'll carry on anyway because I don't want to be seem narcissistic. Fair enough.
but well, you know, my parents are doctors. Of course, I will be a doctor as well. And
Did you see a little mouth movement? A little touch in the mouth movement? Like, yeah, I want to be a doctor as well. It's like dismissive, you know? Like that was a dismissive. I mean, it's a lie, you know. She's saying, like, I don't want to be a doctor. You know, I don't want to be a doctor. I'm not fucking intelligent enough to be a doctor. But you know, it's not because I'm not intelligent enough. You know, I'm better than you. You know, it's dismissive. You know, like, I don't need to be a doctor. I'm better than that. That's what that little mouth movement was right there. I think. I don't know for sure, but you know, like, in my opinion.
What I didn't realize was that between the expectations of the school I was going to and the amount of time I was spending, earning money and flipping
The expectations of the school that I'm going to. So in other words, you were no good in school.
burgers and eating them, that actually I was
She was no good in school.
no longer on that academic track.
You were no longer in that academic track. Oh, now you've been truthful. You're not intelligent enough to be a doctor. That's what you mean. Yeah. Like typical politician, I wasn't good enough to be a doctor. Like, you could have just said that, I'm not good enough to be on the academic track. Make it more complicated.
And I also had my first experience of what I call the poverty of the soft bigotry of low expectations, because I had.
And then she goes on a tangent, like a complete tangent to what we were just talking about, what she was just talking about.
Grown up in a relatively wealthy middle-class family, everybody's a doctor.
Blah 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 blah, middle class, blah blah blah. Like, just try and like blind you from what she just said. It's like,
and
what the actual question is.
Of course you get all A's, and of course you do well. It just wasn't even a thing to not succeed academically. And I got to a school where failing was okay, and it didn't matter if you didn't get the top grade.
Oh, so you didn't get the top grades. Like, it is okay if you don't get top grades, Like, not everybody's a fucking genius, There's nothing wrong with you. You don't get top grades, I mean, okay, you should like, you should be pushed to your limits, but you think everyone's like capable of fucking being a genius? I mean, like, it's ridiculous to say, oh, top grades. Like, no school wants you to get fucking low grades because it looks bad on the school then. So it's not okay for you to get
grades. And the teachers would say, well, why do you want to be a doctor? You can be a nurse instead. And it wasn't because they wanted to...
because they wanted to. No, it's because you're shit. It's because you're shit, You're shit at being a doctor, You wanted to be a doctor, but you're just shit at it. Like, simple as, Like, you make it about everybody else. No, how about you're just bad at fucking being a doctor, You don't fucking research. Like, I know what it's like being a doctor. Like, there's a load of books. Like, my dad's girlfriend is a doctor, and she has fucking hundreds and hundreds of books. Fucking like. She's read all of them. She's fucking read all of them multiple times. Like, I couldn't do that, She probably just can't do that, you know. She just doesn't have the fucking patience for it. Being a doctor. And she's like blaming it on everyone else, you know. It's like, oh.
Keep me down. It was because what they had seen was that if you're black, then you probably shouldn't be stretched too much because you won't achieve it. And so they said,
"Oh, it's because she's black, you know. It's because she's black, you know. We don't want to stretch you, you know. You can't be a doctor because we don't want to stretch you too much, you know. We don't want to say you've got to read all these books, you know, because
at lower targets and give you a huge congratulations and a round of applause for meeting them. That was the complete opposite of my upbringing. And
well, Nigerians.
like, she's full of shit. This is a face of a liar, by the way. You know, this is the face of a liar. She's trying to say that I can read books, you know, I can do a doctor, but I blame the school because they didn't like black people.
Nigerians do particularly well when they immigrate, let's say, to the United States. And so there doesn't seem to be a culture of low expectation that's pervasive in Nigeria. I mean, I don't know how to account for the differentials.
I mean, she didn't say not about Nigeria, you know. She said it's different in England, you know. Like they wanted her to do well in Nigeria. That's what she's saying. But when you come to England, they go, "You're black, so you're not going to do very well." You know, it's all about racism apparently. But then she says, which is the completely opposite of my upbringing. You know, she's a fucking genius politician. You know, that's why she had that lying face. You know, because it's just you can't say that she didn't say that because she said the opposite of what she just said, you know, like, oh, she's in, you know, she just interpreted, like, we have to interpret her lies and try to figure out, like, what she's talking about, you know, that's what government is, interpreting lies.
Success of Nigerians. Maybe you can shed some light on that, or maybe you just did. And I'm also curious about your statement that your family was relatively wealthy in Nigeria, because you might want to clarify that too, because there's a difference between relatively wealthy and wealthy. And so a little bit more about, like, you were obviously upper middle class, let's say, in terms of educational background, your family and aspiration, but economically, from what I understand, it was still relatively tough going at times in Nigeria. Hello, everybody. I want to bring to your attention.
That's just an advert.
The questions you're most interested in production. Why would you want to do that? Well, ideas and communicate them.
From being relatively wealthy in, in the West. For me, being relatively wealthy meant that we had a car, and we, certainly up until I was about 13, we had running water. After 13, we stopped having running water, and we could occasionally, but not very frequently, travel on holiday.
So the water went out sometimes. I mean, that can happen in England as well. You know? It's not just fucking Nigeria. Like, you know, sometimes the water goes out, you know. One time, you know, in England, there used to be a van outside my house going, here, have some fresh water, because we're going to turn the water off, you know. Like, we couldn't get no bath, we couldn't get no shower for a couple of days, you know. Like, what does having no water mean, you know? Like, another face of a liar, you know. Like, she's full of shit. She's full of shit, you know. I can't believe a word she says, you know, because she pulls these faces. Like, I can just tell a liar, you know. I can just tell who's lying, you know. She's lying. I don't know why she's lying. I haven't figured that out yet, but you know, we'll figure it out by the end of this fucking show.
But we didn't have electricity a lot of the time, so it's an experience that comes from just being in a poor country. That even
fair enough, you know, that's pretty hard, you know. It's pretty hard not having electricity a lot of the time. I'll give you that. But you do have electricity most of the time, you know. You get used to it, you know. If the power goes off, you know, you get used to it. You gotta use candles, you know. I mean, I've had to use candles sometimes. You know, sometimes the electricity goes out in my fucking place as well. You know, not for real long, but you know, like, not even a day. But you know, you get used to it. You know, you figure it out. It's not the end of the world, you know. I mean, did you have a gas cooker, you know? Did you have a gas cooker? Probably, you know. So, you're not going hungry, even if the electricity goes out, you know. Like, there's always, like, options, you know. Like, people think fucking electricity going out is the end of the world, you know. Can't charge my phone. Like, back in my day, you know, like, I've had electricity go out for like a day or a night or something, you know. No TV. Oh my god, whatever we're gonna do. Like, we had a good time, you know. Like, fucking candles, get the candles out, you know. Panic, everybody panic. You know, it was fun and games, you know. I mean, all right, we were kids back then, but you know, probably weren't very happy for my mum and dad, but you know.
when you have a bit of money, you still experience life like people who don't have any. So no electricity, eventually no running water, lots of fuel shortages. But I was never hungry. So that
eventually no running water. You mean like for like one time in your life, you know, there was no running water? Like, what do you mean by eventually no? Like, you're just a liar. Stop lying. Like, you had a couple of days without running water maybe, or one day without running water. Like, why do you lie?
that's what I mean by that. And you're absolutely right. A lot of Nigerians who do leave the country end up doing well because they have left a system that holds them back and go to.
How many days without running water? How many days without electricity? You know, like, you don't specify these things, you know, like, oh, I can't remember because it was that many days. No, it wasn't. It was like one day without running water and one day without electricity, you know, probably. And you just like, you like big yourself up, like going, oh, I'm so hard done to in Nigeria, you know, and you all, and I come to England, and no, she'll fucking tell you.
To a system that allows them to flourish. And that's why I'm so interested in what is it that holds people back in one place and allows them to flourish.
Because you think that one day without electricity is a bad thing, you know. Like, because you come from Nigeria and you come to England and you get fucking all this shit, you know, all this society, all this culture for free. You don't have to fucking do anything about it. And it's better than Nigeria, you know? Why is fucking Nigeria better than England? Because fucking we've been doing this for a long time, lady. We've been doing this fucking shit for a long time. We've fought wars. We've beat wars. 2 world wars we've fucking beat, you know? Like, you guys didn't even fucking do shit. You guys were still fucking tribal people back them days, you know? Like, it's pretty obvious, you know? Like, we've come a long way, you know? Like, we've seen a lot of shit, you know? That's why, you know? It's not rocket science, you know? Just, like, look at our culture, you know? Like, look at our history, you know? Like, then you might understand, you know? Like, if everybody just looked at England's history, you know, Americans can't even believe it, you know? Why is England so fucking, why did England fucking found America, you know? Like, England, like, Americans don't even know that we founded America, you know? We're the ones that fucking founded it. We're the ones that fucking explored it, you know? There won't be an America without fucking us going to explore it. You know, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's a good thing, but, you know, that's my opinion. Apparently, everyone else just thinks it's fucking bad, you know? Like, we're just fucking horrible people occupying countries and, you know, founding countries and raping and pillaging, you know, like, taking slaves, you know. Like, we're horrible people as English, you know, horrible. Like, we didn't even take no slaves, you know. We're the ones that abolished slavery, you know, basically. I mean, you know, America probably abolished slavery, but, you know, like, we were on the forefront of that, you know. It wouldn't happen, no doubt, you know. I mean, there's a movie about English people that just like their black slaves, you know. Like, we treat everyone fucking nicely. We might have had black slaves, but we treat everybody nicely, you know. Most of the time, we didn't pay them very well. I'll admit that, you know. I'll admit we didn't pay them very well, and that's not on. But, you know.
In another, and it is not just money. It is many of the things that go with culture, the attitude to entrepreneurship, whether you live in a high trust or a low trust society. It's a very low trust society. You get a lot of clan behavior, but it is also, it's a very competitive place. So,
Clan behaviour? What do you mean by clan behaviour? What's clan behaviour? Ku Klux Klan? Right. I don't think that exists, lady. You know, I think you're deluded. No, there's no Ku Klux Klan, lady. It's not. Fucking, like, what clans are you talking about that hate black people? Like, you know, like, I mean, to be honest, the biggest clans are religious clans. So, Which clans are you talking about? You know, like clans. What clans? You know, like Nazis and fucking, you know, Tommy Robinson, like EDL or something. You know, like what clans are you talking about? What clans? You know, there is no clans in England. Like, there's never been any fucking clans in England. Like, we've been at the forefront of treating black people fairly for like, you know, hundreds of years, you know, since fucking 1600, you know. Like, we've been keeping slaves, but we've been treating people more fairly than any other place on the country, you know, in the country. As far as I'm aware, you know, I wasn't alive back in the 1600s, so I can't really fucking tell you. But, you know, like, since the 1600s we've been treating black slaves fairly, more than any other country, in my limited experience to what I know about history. You know, like, and I am proud to call myself English. You know, we've done a lot of bad things, you know. War in Afghanistan, you know, that was a bad thing. Iraq, war on drugs, that was a bad thing. But, you know, I'm sure we've done very bad things in history. I mean, you know, like occupying America and going to war with America, that was a bad thing. You know, I'm not going to deny it. That was a bad thing. You know, like, we didn't have to do that. But, you know, we did found that place. So. Like, why do you get to become independent when we fucking spent all that money creating infrastructure that started America? You know, it's a bit fucking stupid. You know, we put all them people there to fucking found America. You're like, oh, we want to become independent now. Jamming. And then America goes to war with like all the fucking Indians, you know. Like, okay, America, you know best. Let's wipe out all the Red Indians. Can you call them Red Indians? Indigenous people. Let's wipe out all the indigenous Americans. Okay, America, you know best, you know. Geniuses.
If you grow up in a very competitive culture and you then live in a place where competition is allowed and is allowed to flourish, you will very likely do well. And I think that's one of the things that explains the factors when people look at the demographics.
Say that last part again. I want to just make sure I followed your argumentation there about the competitiveness.
I think, yes, so I think that if you live in a place, if you've come from a country that is very competitive because there are limited resources, because there are not enough jobs to go around, there are not enough university places, so you need to be very academic, you need to be
What, like England?
very hustling in your behavior, and then you then move to a place where you don't have those barriers, but
that's a barrier, you know. You have all the opportunities to be competitive and hustling, and that's a barrier. Like, is that not a freedom? You know, like,
you still have that culture, you are more likely to succeed.
no. What you think? You think white people have like more like reason to succeed over black people? Like, she's talking about race again. You know, she's talking about race again. Like, we have been the most like we have exported like so many people in this country that are better than any English person that lived in this country. You know, like, you know, we've imported many scientists, many like it's not. I mean, you know, all right, we did fucking allow them to come here, and then we just raped their fucking intelligence. But you know, like nobody in the on the planet, you know, like to this day, nobody on the planet is not allowed to come here. If you're a Muslim, if you're anybody, if you're an Indian, if you're a fucking Jew, if you're a fucking, you know, a Russian, like if you want to come here, we will take you in. But you know, you've got to fucking pull your weight. You know, like you can't succeed if you're not fucking proficient in something. You know, there's no way to succeed. You know. I mean, all right, English people, we get a fucking hall pass because we're English. You know, we get benefits and shit. You know, and anybody that's like illegal immigrant, not illegal, then you know you get a hall pass because you know like everybody gets benefits. But you know that doesn't mean you're succeeding, is it? Does it? You know, like you don't know what you're talking about, lady. You don't understand anything. You know, I'm just gonna say, you know, she didn't understand.
And I think that is what explains some of the success of, I think it's West Africans, not just Nigerians.
Right,
But
right.
as I suspect, as you see more and more lower skilled migration, I think you will start to see those improvements disappearing as well. I think that's one of the things. I remember seeing a study that mentioned that. So, you know,
because obviously, like, we can't make everybody succeed, you know. The more people you have, the less likely it is for everybody to succeed, you know. The less people you have, the more likely it is that we can fucking invest in people to make them succeed, you know. It's not rocket science, you know. So you want more immigration because, you know, like, you know, we've got to risk it for a biscuit, you know. Like, these people might be successful, you know. No, it don't work like that, you know. Like, no, nobody's gonna be successful if we keep fucking importing people like we are doing, you know. Because we don't have the resources to fuel everybody's fucking education, you know. It's ridiculous to even think like that, lady.
The relative class of the people who move makes a difference, and it's one of the reasons why I say it's not just about the country people come from.
The relative class. What did you say?
Of I think it's West Africans, not just Nigerians.
Right,
But
right.
as I suspect, as you see more and more lower skilled migration, I think you will start to see those improvements disappearing as well. I think that's one of the things. I remember seeing a study that mentioned that. So, the relative class of the people who move makes a difference, and it's one of the reasons why I say it's not just about the country people come from, but who is coming, what skills are they bringing, and do they want the place to succeed?
Right, right. Well, and that's not even precisely class in the Marxist.
You literally just contradicted what you just said, like a minute ago. Because you're saying that it doesn't depend on where they come from, it depends on the class. But like a minute ago you were saying, like, it depends on the culture of these people and the lack of education for these people, and the lack of like understanding of these people, and the understanding of, like, you just contradict yourself in the same, like, in one sentence, in one paragraph. Like, you're just a politician, like in that little segment there, if you go back, I'm not gonna watch it all again, but like, she just contradicts herself in the same fucking paragraph. But that's why she's got a hand on her head, because she's like, oh shit, fucked up. What am I talking about? She doubles down and she's like, yep, I know what I'm talking about. No, she doesn't even know what she's talking about,
Economic sense. It's more like
Jordan Peterson knows it, but like, he's gonna say it without actually saying it, because that's how good he is. Watch this shit.
Of the people who move makes a difference, and it's one of the reasons why I say it's not just about the country people come from, but who is coming, what skills are they bringing, and do they want the place to succeed?
Right, right. Well, and that's not even precisely class in the Marxist economic sense. It's more like level of intrinsic aspiration, and there'd be the determinants of that are actually relatively difficult to specify. What makes someone. See, the funny thing about you, so to speak, and this is how I felt when I lived in Montreal, because I didn't have a lot of money as a graduate student, and I lived among relatively poor people by Montreal standards, which, they were still doing fine. I wasn't poor because my level of aspiration and possibility, right? And the idea that poverty is a consequence merely of lack of money is an unbelievably foolish presumption. And you're
in other words, what it's saying is, you're foolish. You silly woman.
Your upper middle class status, as you already pointed out, wasn't a consequence of absolute wealth, although relatively you were doing okay. It was a consequence of the fact that your family was so educated and so aspirational that it was an unspoken reality that you could and would succeed, right? That's wealth, to have that.
Yes, it is more important than just pure money, because it means that you can be thrown into any sort of circumstance and you are likely to succeed. And I always consider myself so lucky, because had I been born into a different family, I might have had a different trajectory. And it's one of the reasons why I think that family is something that is not talked about enough in UK politics. And maybe we talk about a little bit more childcare for mothers and certain, certain policy elements, but family is the biggest determinant of your success and your life outcomes. And we need to make sure that we have more stable families.
Yeah, well, we know.
So she just like changes the subject from what she was just talking about onto what Jordan Peterson was talking about, because she realised she fucked up. Let's just change the subject. Like Jordan Peterson wasn't talking about, it talked about something before that, But yeah, Jordan Peterson to change the subject, because I mean it called her foolish,
For example, the literature on fatherlessness, for example, is that there's almost nothing that puts a child at higher risk for poor long-term life outcome than fatherlessness, for example. And so, in fact,
I think.
Can I play Project Zombied? I mean, I don't know. Can you play Project Zombied? I don't really know. Is that a question? There's no question mark. I don't know. I mean, I can play Project Zombied. I don't know what you mean by that question. Can you play Project Zombied? Can you play Project Zombied? What do you mean by that? Is that a question or a statement?
We have a statistic here that 95% of the prison population, or certainly in the 90s, the 90% plus of the prison population, the male prison population, grew up without their father.
Yeah, so there's effects of fatherless.
Oh, she's interrupting. Yeah, it's a big problem.
Or certainly in the 90s, the 90% plus of the prison population, the male prison population, grew up without their father.
Yeah, so there's effects of fatherlessness that are not only behavioral in the way that you just described, so more dysregulated aggression among men, but even more fundamental physiological alterations. So boys who are fatherless have shorter telomeres by the age of 12, which means that
like men are more likely to go to prison because of women, like, because women are more likely to be believed than a man. For a start, that's just the start of it. Plus, men are more aggressive and more, protective. So obviously, men are more likely to go to prison. So yeah, a lot of men are growing. A lot of kids are growing out without their fathers, because you put all the men in prison, because women and fucking society, you know, and then you complain about it, you know.
Their life expectancy is shorter, and girls
Really?
yes, absolutely, 12 to 15% shorter. It's remarkable. And girls who lack a father hit puberty 1 year earlier, right? That's a major change. And so that just shows you how what would you say, pronounced and fundamental that disintegration of family below the nuclear level.
Men die faster than women. That's what he just said. And I can't remember what he just said. But
A major change. And so that just shows you how shorter. It's remarkable. And girl, the age of 12, which means that their life expectancy is shorter, and alteration. So boys who are fatherless have shorter telomeres by the age of 12, which means that their life expectancy is shorter. And girls,
really?
Yes, absolutely, 12 to 15% short.
Telomeres? What's the freaking telomeres?
It's remarkable. And girls who lack a father hit puberty 1 year earlier, right? That's a major change. And so that just shows you how what would you say, pronounced and fundamental that disintegration of family below the nuclear level actually is. And that's certainly not merely an economic problem, although it's also an economic problem. Okay, so you moved when you were 16, and so you already had been doing well enough academically to get a scholarship offer from Stanford. So how was it that you were doing well enough academically at 16 to be offered a scholarship from Stanford?
I don't know. I just was. I was a good all-rounder at school. I was very good at maths. I was very good at English. I remember my English was better than my teachers, which they found very frustrating. And I think some of that would have been just the exposure, living in the US, having parents who, bought books. So I read a lot and I was good academically. But something different happened when I moved to the UK. I stopped being good academically and I just became pretty average. And I didn't understand why that was happening. And my friends who left Nigeria at the same time I did and went to the private schools, they got a lot of money. They had parents far wealthier than mine, certainly by that time. By the mid-90s, whatever relative wealth we had was gone. And these were people who I used to beat easily at school. They were suddenly doing very well. And I realized that not all the school...
Beat. So it's like a competition. You're a bully.
Schools are the same here. That there are some schools that are very focused, they coach, they train, and there are other schools which people pass through. And it was one of the things that I think was the foundation of my conservatism, that making sure everybody's got an equal...
She's from London, though. It's all right. It's all right to say beat, apparently. She's very good at English, but, she uses the word beat instead of, like, any other word in the English language. More proficient, that might have been a better word, But beat, I beat them, fucking...
chance or the best opportunity. And I realized that yes, there would have been a baseline level of good academics or intelligence with me, but actually the things that made the difference were the family that I had, the schools that I went to, the culture.
No, it's not. It's because you're shit at English and you're shit at maths. When you came to England, our level of competency was a lot higher than in your schools in Nigeria. That's the difference.
Around me, all of those things added to however smart I was in maths and English. And when you took those things away, and when I started hanging out with children who didn't care about those things, then my academic results dropped. And it took a while.
Oh yeah. It was somebody else's fault. It was like as soon as I got to England, and I realised that my academic fucking shit dropped. And I blamed everybody else for it, you know. It were all the kids around me, and it were all the society, it were all the fucking kids and parents and blah blah blah. It wasn't because I'm shit at fucking English. Like, you're shit at English right now, you know. I can tell. You know, you're as bad as me at English. Like, and I'm fucking. I ain't done my GCSEs, you know. You've got A levels in it, and I'm better than you at English. Yeah.
For me to get back on track, and I ended up studying engineering. So
you had to get back on track. You know, you had to get back on track. What you mean? You had to study harder because, like, because your parents were bad, and you know the kids around you and blah blah blah. You know.
How did you get back on track?
So it took a while for me to just figure out what I wanted to do. Engineering was, when I realized I couldn't get into medical school here, very competitive, and the number of places are regulated in the UK, so there's a limit on how many places that can be. Engineering, on the other hand, is not. And
excuses.
The society that I grew up in had 4 magic courses. There was medicine, engineering, law, and accounting. And if you were almost judged if you didn't do one of those 4 things. So I thought, well, I can't do medicine. I'm, good at maths. I like computers a lot.
Oh, so you're just like, oh, if I want to be like a genius, you know, I've got to do fucking one of these fucking, like, you're a silicon, you know. You're just a silicon. I've got to be a liar. I've got to be a fucking doctor. I've got to be a fucking this. No, just fucking stop being a silicon. Just fucking learn something. You know, like, you don't have to learn anything because you have to be the best at, like, in society. You know, like. You know, you're the epitome of a black person. You are the epitome of a black person, you know. Like, blame everything on fucking the white people, you know, because you don't do well. So you try hard and you go, I'm gonna be a doctor, you know, I'm gonna be a lawyer, and I'm gonna be a black lawyer. Like, what, you don't have to do that, man, you know, like, you don't have to be a try hard. Like, nobody else is a try hard, you know. Just because you're black doesn't mean you have to try hard, you know. And like, if fucking any fucking foreign person ever thinks like that in England, you know, I'm sorry for that, you know. Like, you don't have to fucking do amazing. You don't have to be fucking Einstein, you know. It's ridiculous to think like that. Like, she thinks she's fucking Stephen Hawking or something. I don't know.
By then I was already coding. I'd been coding since I was 7 years old. My dad got me a ZX81 and then a Spectrum Plus 2. So all of these things, just the exposure to those sorts of things helped me. So I went onto a course for systems engineering, and I just kept reading, and I took a year off to work because I needed to save up money for university. And I met a lot of kids during my...
She didn't get an engineering degree, by the way. That's the point of that story. You know, she didn't. She did some engineering, but she didn't get an engineering degree. You know, she wasn't fucking good enough for that. So she failed that. She failed being a doctor. She failed being a doctor. She failed being an engineer. But, you know, she's a tryhard. So now she's in politics.
Apprenticeship. I worked as an apprentice engineer. I met a lot of other people who were going to Oxford and Cambridge, and they had more of the sort of culture that I had grown up with. So hanging out with people who were different in a different setting also had an influence. And then also just knowing that if I didn't get my act together, my life trajectory would end up in...
It's not a job interview, you know. It's not a job interview. You're literally just like talking as if it's a job interview, you know. Like, it's just like, oh yeah, I did all this shit, but you know, it didn't work out, you know. But now I want to be on the Jordan Peterson fucking interview. She's talking as if it's a job interview. Like Charlie Beach fucking talks to this fucking cunt Isla, you know. She's a fucking cunt. I'm not even gonna deny it. She's a fucking cunt, you know. She's talking in an interview with Jordan Peterson, of all the people, like it's a fucking job interview, you know. It's not a job interview, you know. I mean, you know, she's in politics, so she's got to fucking act the cunt, you know, like just like, oh, I'm the be all and end all. Just like, you know, why can't people be honest? You know, like, just be honest. Just say you failed engineering and you failed fucking being a doctor and now you're in politics. You know? it's not that difficult, is it? You know? Like, no one's gonna blame you for that, you know. Like, it's fucking hard being a doctor. Like, I know it's hard. I know it's hard being a doctor. I've never been a doctor, but you know, like I know it's hard being a doctor because my fucking dad's girlfriend's a doctor, and I've seen all books. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. You know? Like, being a doctor is fucking insane. You know, this is why I don't trust doctors as well. You know?
A place that I would not like. I'd already had all the values instilled in me by my parents. So 16, technically still a child, but just old enough to know how to, it's just old enough to remember and not forget what the values that you've been inculcated with, I would say.
Right. And so you also point there to the importance of peer selection.
What values?
Especially when you're making important life decisions. Yeah, well, it's one of the things that was a real relief to me when I went off to college, and I was about the same age you were when I left my hometown, was that my high school compatriots in northern Alberta, most of them stayed in our hometown. Their ambitions
he's actually talking like a psychologist right now. Like is trying to like come up with fucking comparisons with his life to her life, because that's the only way she understands life, you know. It's talking like a psychotherapist right now. Like she should realize this, by the way, because she's sat exactly the same as Jordan Peterson, so she's done a bit of psychotherapy. That's why she's sat exactly the same as him.
Their vision didn't really extend past the boundaries of the town.
You know why Jordan Peterson says lies? Because it shows that you can be protected if you want to be, you know. Like this like Jordan Peterson doesn't want to sit with dudes like that, you know. You don't want to sit with us like that. But when you're talking to somebody, you know, like if you show like because it is in control of the situation. If you show that you're able to protect yourself, then the other person will feel protected, because it's like if I put my hands in my pockets when I'm talking to you, like in public, you're gonna feel less threatened. You know, if I've got a camera in your face, you're gonna feel threatened. You know, it's just like psychology 101. Yeah. But, you know, if I've got my hands in my pockets, it's more likely that you're gonna punch me in the face. So I have to worry about that.
I left with a couple of my friends, but it was a very small minority of people. And when I got to college, my new peer group was much more ambitious and outward looking, and that was formative and also a great relief, because it was something that was, well, something that I was striving for.
It is a great relief. Do you know why it's a great relief? Because you find your people. And my dad used to talk about, when he was alive and when I was younger, he used to talk about a law of homogeneity. And he said people find their kind of people, and you will always get, they find each other, and they stick together. And I had this experience when I joined the Conservative Party. I thought, these are my people. Like, where have you guys been all my life? People who I agreed with on almost everything, people who thought the way I did about so much. And I think when you are in a place where the people around you think so differently, you feel very isolated. And I think that making sure that young people in particular have a sense of belonging is so critical for mental health. And it is why I hate so much of, whether you call it postmodernism, woke, but so much that tries to detach people from what is right for them and give them this horrible deconstructed nonsense and say this is what's real. I think it's terrible for mental health. It's terrible for society.
It is. It's partly because our definition of mental health in the West is too individualistic, and we should return to that when we will talk about the overlap and the distinctions between classic liberalism and conservatism, because I've rethought that to some fair degree over the last 5 years. Partly because people kept telling me I was conservative, and I had never really thought that. As you pointed out earlier, I thought about myself like you had, as a more of a classic liberal. But I understand there are preconditions for liberalism to work in the classic sense, and those preconditions are conservative. And so when they vanish, then the liberal project doesn't work. Okay, so now you studied systems engineering, but then you went to law.
Yes. So after I finished my my university degree, and I did a longer degree, I did a 4-year engineering degree rather than a 3-year one.
Where was that?
At the University of Sussex, which is on the south coast of England. And after university, everybody disappears. You all go off to different places. You get different jobs.
No, it's funny, right? I talked about my beliefs to somebody, and then they go, "Oh, you're a fucking socialist." And I'm like, "No, I'm not a socialist." And they go, "Well, everything you said is a socialist." And I'm like, "No, I'm not a socialist. I don't put myself in a box. But everybody else puts you in a box." Like, what I should have said, is you can put me in whatever box you want to put me in, Like, what are you gonna do about it, What are you gonna do about it? Oh, you need to vote. You need to vote socialism if you want socialism. You need to vote for a socialist party. No, I don't need to vote for nobody. I don't need to vote for anybody. My beliefs are my beliefs. Like, I can't vote for fucking God. I can't vote for Jesus. If I believe in God. So, like, there's no voting for socialism and expects them to do what I want them to do. Ever. because, you know, I mean, even if you vote for Jesus, you know, do you think Jesus fucking society is gonna happen? No. You know, it's just like, it's not gonna happen, you know. You can believe in the Bible all you want, but if you believe in Jesus, it's not gonna fucking, if you vote for Jesus, it's not gonna change the world into Jesus fucking ideology, you know.
Different parts of the country, and I just had this feeling that of unfulfillment, and I thought I've made a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't have done engineering. Maybe I should have done something else. And everybody says, you know, I speak very well and I make good art.
I thought that was a good point, you know. Like, the reason I don't put myself in a box is because I don't really understand what a conservative is, to be honest. I don't understand what a socialism is. I don't understand what, you know. If I'm socialist, then fair enough, you know, if that's what you think of me. You know, if I'm socialist or fucking conservative, I don't know what I am. I don't really care what I am, you know. Like, I know what I am. And I don't even understand what the meaning of conservative is or fucking socialism is. That's why I don't vote, you know. I don't even know what all these fucking parties are all about. I have no idea. I mean, I understand the meaning behind socialism, but, you know, maybe I'm a little bit socialist, but you know, like all the resources of the world should be for everybody, not just for the corporations to make money on. Is that, you know, that's socialism, you know, I get that, it's socialist, I get that. But at the same time, you know, like, I want to control the resources by vote, a democratic dictatorship. So, like, I'm a dictator and a democracy and a socialist, all in the same fucking, like, box, you know. Like, so I can't be just a socialist, you know, because I want everybody to vote on who gets control of the resources. Well, you know, there is no option, you know. The people are in control of resources in my world. I mean, like, in like, you know, in anybody's world, you know, like, we are in control of the planet. There's no doubt in my mind. Every single person on this planet has a fucking stake in this planet, so we should get a fair share. You know, you can call it socialism all you want, but, you know, and democracy will be the best way to decide that share. And a dictatorship will share it out. You know? Democratic dictator socialism. You know?
Arguments I should have been a lawyer. So I went to, well, it was really night school. I went to the University of London, but they have a college called Birkbeck where the classes are in the evening. And so I went to night school while working, about 2005. So I'm about 25, and I do a law degree part-time, which was fascinating because I learned so much about the principles of all of the things we talk about, you know, the rule of law, jurisprudence, but also
she talks like she's in a job interview.
a lot of the history of the UK, which I would have learned had I gone to primary or secondary school here, I learned in my law degree. And it was just so amazing. And at the end of it, I thought, I don't want to be a lawyer. Definitely don't want to be a lawyer, but I love having this stuff in my head. And I'd become quite political by that time. And I was more interested in helping to make good law, so being a legislator, than being, a corporate lawyer or something like that.
Okay, so how did you become political, and why did you decide that you weren't going to be a lawyer?
Well, I think, do you know the term the quarter life crisis?
No, I'm not familiar with that, but it sounds like you had one.
Yes, I think I had a quarter life crisis, sort of 25, and I've done everything I'm supposed to do. You finish primary school, you finish secondary school, you do your A levels, you get your degree, you get a job. I had a good job. I was working in consulting, and I still wasn't happy. And I didn't know what I was looking for, but I knew I was looking for something. And I thought another degree would give it to me. And
I called it. I called it. She failed on everything else. She's like, another degree, get another degree, like just keep going to school, keep spending my family's money. I called it. I fucking called it. I haven't watched this bit. I haven't watched this bit yet.
Was the vocation which I found in politics. And it was a long journey over probably from age 16 onwards. Having that experience of that low expectation culture, which I thought was very race coded.
Fucking called it again. Race, fucking cogent. I don't know what cogent means, but I knew race had come in it somewhere.
And looking back on it, it was extremely race coded. If I was, I think, a white child. You finish secondary school, you do your A levels, you get your degree, you get a job. I had a good job. I was working in consulting, and I still wasn't happy. And I didn't know what I was looking for, but I knew I was looking for something. And I thought another degree would.
Right, so she wasn't happy. So now let's listen to what she says. She wasn't happy.
Would give it to me.
Why wasn't she happy?
And what I really was looking for was the vocation which I found in politics. And it was a long journey over probably from age 16 onward.
So she got this vocation in politics, and then what happens?
Having that experience of that low expectation culture, which I thought was very race coded.
Cogent. Race cogent. Low expectations, which is race cogent.
And looking back on it, it was extremely race coded. If I was, I think.
Codent. Well, tell me more. Tell me more about this race fucking. Right. Horrible white people.
Okay, white child, I would have been treated differently. And
If she was a white child, she would have been treated differently.
Again, it was sort of left-wing teachers who were trying to be helpful, but actually creating a lot of destruction along the way. That experiences at university, where I think
Teachers are racist. Your teachers were racist. That's why you did bad in school. That's why you failed all you fucking, what a fucking victim, This is the fucking prime example of a victim blamer, just fucking blame everybody for,
I think I met my first sort of proper left-wing student culture type person, and I did not like it. I thought they were very ignorant. Because by this time, of course, I know a lot about Africa, and they talked about Africa as this place where they would come in and help the people, who was, just these helpless people, no agency whatsoever. They were not interested in the real problems, and it was really a way for them to virtue signal. And I found that so aggravating.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Like you always turn it around though into something else, virtual signaling. It's always virtual signaling, that's race, and then it's fucking, blaming the teachers, but then it's virtual signaling, Like, I believe you with virtual signaling, I'm not surprised. Like, fucking, we do a lot of fucking, like, we do a lot of good for our country. Anyway, like, are we not out of virtual signal? Like, when we do all this fucking charity for your country, we send a lot of our money into your country. Africa, like, are we not out of virtual signal? Like, not to do with me, I don't send no money in charity, but like, some people do. Maybe they feel like they should be allowed to. Like, maybe there should be a lot of virtual signal. Why can't people virtual signal? Like, we send a lot of money to help your country from this country. Maybe we should be a lot of virtual signal. Like, I know it's narcissistic, but like, we do a lot of good for your country.
And that also, semi-radicalized me around what we do with aid, for example, and how we let a lot of, African countries get away.
Radicalized? She's a terrorist. What do you mean radicalized? You can't say that. You get fucking sacked.
With things that they shouldn't do, and irritation with what I call moral colonialism, where rather than focusing on growth and how to make these countries self-sufficient, we sort of preach values which the West has come to after a long period and try and impose them in places where there's they're not ready to receive them or interested. And
well, that's your problem, isn't it? That's your problem. Like, if you don't want to, if you don't accept our help, then why would you want to come to our country? Why should we accept you into our country with open arms when you don't even accept our help in your country? You're not ready to receive the gift of Western civilization. Why would you want to come here? Like, that's oxymoron. It's an oxymoron at that point.
Not engaging with people on that level. So I had that radicalization process, and that was actually my first work with the Conservative Party. So it's 2005. I'm 25. 2006. David Cameron sets up these policy commissions, and one of them was called Globalization and Global.
I mean, that's not very conservative, really, is it? Because you believe that, like, going to other countries and try to impart our rule over other countries because we are conservative and we, believe in everyone's fucking rights and, but, like, we believe that's the best idea. Like, that radicalized you. Like, well, then that's not conservative, is it? Like, conservative is everybody has to get on board with the conservatism of everybody. Like, that's what I thought of conservative. Now, what does conservative mean? Like, everyone should get on board with conservatism, right? That's what conservatism means. Like, you know, everybody should conserve and fucking be conservative to people's opinions, and you know. But you've got to force other people to believe in the same conservatism, otherwise conservatism don't work, right? So like, if you radicalize because people go over to them countries and go, yo, we're England, we're here now, do you want some help? You know, no, alright, well, you know, you're not very conservative, you know. That radicalise you, you know. That's being conservative, you know. Am I wrong?
Poverty, and I really cared about this subject because I thought a lot of money was being wasted and sent to places where it shouldn't be sent to, when actually what people needed was partnerships, business, more sensible ideas. And it was supposed to, even back then in 2006 onwards, it was how do we tackle globalization, how do we make sure it works for everyone else. But these things end up getting co-opted always by, you know, vested interests, and which is a real shame. So many things took me on the journey to conservatism. I think
Invested interests. Oh my god. What, Illuminati? Like who? You know, who's there? You know, I mean, she didn't say there, but you know, like, what? Who's these invested interests? Governments? Like countries? It's like about countries. I mean, okay, you know, like. European Union. It's like about European Union. Like, which vested interests? What are you talking about? Can you give some specifics for a change? You know, like.
think also culturally, I am a Christian. I don't believe anymore. I used to. There was something changed. Something happened about 2008, which changed my views on Christianity. But still, I am culturally a Christian. My grandfather was a reverend in the Methodist Church. I went to a Church of England school, and many of the things that are formative in my experience, singing hymns and, you know, knowing them off, you know, off by heart, and just a lot of the stuff that you end up doing in an African country, almost all of which are very religious, can shape you. And I find the interpretation of Christianity in the UK quite interesting compared to certainly Africa and Nigeria. People believe that. It's not just something you do on a Sunday. The Bible is a living word of God, and you have to do all these things. And of course, they're inconsistent and there are all sorts of hypocrisies. But you know, growing up in a country that was genuinely multicultural, half the people were Muslim.
I know I'm not popular YouTube, but you know, like, can't I just fucking make some money out of someone else's fucking video for a change? Like, is this not a review video? Like, have I not been reviewing this video? I mean, okay, it's supposed to be a long dark, but come on, YouTube, get with the program.
That it was okay, but I wasn't there in the, you know, hierarchy of fulfillment.
Right, and so you went to law school and you part-time and you found that compelling intellectually, but you also, is that where you ran across your leftist nemesis and first started to understand what the pathologies of postmodernism, that kind of sly Marxism that's a part of that? And why did that strike you so intensely? Like, you tangled that together a little bit in your self-description with that bigotry of low expectations that you encountered with the more leftist teachers. And so that's all percolating, but it sounds to me like there was some actual striking experience.
Wow. bigotry and like, I mean, she said all that, you know. She said all that, you know.
Is that perhaps you had in law school that politicized you, and it also sounds like your politicization in part was, at least initially, I definitely don't want that, right?
Yes.
So
Very
yeah,
much,
yeah. So,
very,
so
very
let's,
much so.
well, so let's walk through that. So because I'd like to disentangle that. There's the bigotry of low expectations that you described, and that deviation that you had in your academic striving in consequence. And now you're at law school, and what are you seeing among the leftist students there, and why is that raising your hackles?
So actually, what I saw started
Hackles? What the fuck's hackles?
before law school, but I just couldn't define it. It was the stuff that I saw when I was studying engineering with those students. That was the first degree. And I had just a very dim view of a lot of the students studying the humanities courses because they didn't need to work as hard as those of us studying engineering. I think I had about 26 hours of, teaching time.
And you failed. You failed engineering. Like, engineer's fucking hard, man, you know? Like, you also failed being a doctor, you know, that's also hard. You know? Like, you're a failure, you know? Like, can't you just admit it, you know? You failed being a doctor, you failed being an engineer, because, like, two of the hardest jobs that you can fucking get, degrees that you can get, you know? Two of the hardest degrees that you can get, and you failed them both. And you're like, oh, you know, nobody else has to work as hard as me, you know. Shut up.
And lab time, we were in the laboratory all the time. And then you had these people studying arts, and they were all sort of, just messing around all the time. They were acting plays and having lots of fun and going on demonstrations and protests. And I thought, where do they have time for this? And they were all so sort of smug and condescending. So I realized, well, I don't like this. And because I have the self-confidence of...
They probably failed too, you know.
growing up in a relatively wealthy family, I don't feel intimidated by them. And I challenge them, I have arguments with them, and they lose and they get angry. And I think that they are just very weak people who don't like arguments, and they say things like, well, you can't say that, or how can you say that? You're black, you should know that, all these people are racist and we're just trying to be helpful and so on. And they were so condescending. So I know I don't like that. I also know that I don't like...
Because you are racist, you
I could teach it.
You're condescending, you know. Like you tell everybody like the same things that you're saying about other people, you know. But you're doing the same things. It's fucking condescending, you know.
Who just set very low expectations. I'm learning that family has actually been the most important thing in making me who I am, and I didn't realize that long enough. So all of these things are taking me on the journey to conservative.
What? Because you failed engineering, you failed being a doctor. So you like, and then you like fucking double down and go, family, help me, buy me more fucking degrees. And you get into politics, your family helps you out with that. And like, people keep telling you you're a failure. And then you condescend them and go, no, you're a failure, you know. You guys just party and fucking go to protests. And you're very judgmental about people, very condescending. You're a failure, and they're probably a failure, you know, so very condescending. And
Then I do the law degree, where I'm reading about John Stuart Mill and Edmund Burke, and how the rule of law is so critical to the West, but how this country functions. And
you failed law. You failed law as well. You studied law for a bit, didn't you, as well? Like, how many fucking degrees did you want? How many degrees did you fail? And then you got into politics.
Learn the power of institutions. You see how you need to preserve institutions from generation to generation. You then compare with what happened during the colonial era, where institutions are brought and, dropped in a place. And so, yes, there's now a common law tradition, but the culture hasn't really changed, and eventually the culture erodes it. So a lot of it is personal experience and observation, and lots of arguing. So I loved arguing, loved debating.
The culture eroded law. The culture eroded common law. Is that what you just said? No. Like, common law is fucking common law. Like, it's fucking written in law. There's no fucking arguing about it. Like, every law's based on common law. Like, there's no arguing about it. There's no degradation with culture. Like, common law is common law. It's fucking written in law. Like, every law is based on common law. Like, do you even know what you're talking about? Culture can't degrade law, or common law,
And I remember when I was in that job working as a systems analysis, there was a lefty French guy who worked with me, and he kept saying, "You are so right wing, you are so right wing." And I didn't know enough then, and I said, "No, I'm not right wing," because right wing, as I had been taught, was a bad thing. The media and the cultural establishment always used right wing as a pejorative term. So I would say, "No, I'm not right wing," but I was. And I remember when I really sat down and read the canon and the text, and you read Hayek and of course Thomas Sowell, who I love very much. I realized, oh my goodness, I'm very right wing, and I'm proud of that. This is not something to be embarrassed or ashamed about. And my being very much on the right is that mix of the cultural conservatism, because I want us to preserve the things that are amazing here. And one of the things that is amazing is the classic liberalism, not the postmodern, sort of corruption of that. And a lot of what I see that has gone wrong is the corruption of liberalism. And I gave a speech in December where I said liberalism has been hacked. The people have found the weakest points and are twisting it to do things it shouldn't be doing. And you need muscular liberals to defend their turf. And instead, what they've been doing is giving away their turf. And that is how we ended up with a lot of the extreme gender ideology coming into play, because it wore the clothes of the gay rights movement. It's nothing like that. And that's how we saw a lot.
Like, what? Gender ideologies. What did she just say?
And you need muscular liberals to defend their turf. And instead, what they've been doing is giving away their turf. And that is how we ended up with a lot of the extreme gender ideology.
Extreme gender. You go like fucking from one extreme to another, like. How did you get from that to extreme gender ideologies? Or because you're right wing. And extreme gender ideologies is right wing. I mean, I don't know. Are they right wing? Like fucking extreme gender ideologies. extreme gender ideology is that right wing, but you know, gender ideology is probably right wing, right? Not left wing, you know. So I suppose, but why, what?
Coming into play because it wore the clothes of the gay rights movement. It's nothing like that. And that's how we saw a lot of the craziness.
Because it clones the gay right movement. What extreme gender ideology? I'll have to think about that one. You might be right, but
of critical race theory, the BLM movement set race relations.
my God, this is too much, man. Right.
In a terrible negative territory, but it wore the clothes of the civil rights movement. And you need people who are
the clones of the civil rights movement.
Touch with reality, who can say, no, this is not real, this is not true. And I think that is something which I am lucky to have, that I just don't get detached from everyday life. I know what is real.
Why have we got a British flag in there? Is this Jordan Peterson's studio? Oh, an English flag. Great British flag. Sorry. I was just done that for her.
And what isn't. And I am amazed that we have politicians, including the British Prime Minister, who will say things like 99% of women don't have a penis, as if 1% of women do. And if a
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor for how little percentage of people that are women have penises. You know? Like, I mean, I don't even know what the percentage is, but you know, like, I think it's just a metaphor. I mean, all right, it probably is derogatory to say it like that, especially if you don't know the numbers. But like, most of the women, most of the fucking men, most of the women do not have penises. You know, that's what he's saying. He's not saying. I mean, you know, he could have just said most of the men don't have penises. I mean, most of the women don't have penises. I mean, that's still derogatory, isn't it? I suppose. Because, like, you know, why does that really make a difference? You know, like, you're degrading hermaphrodites. You know, like, it's not that it meant it like that, you know. Yeah, it's just people are dumb sometimes, you know. People are dumb. They don't know what they're talking about, you know. Some people just don't know what they're talking about. I mean, you don't even know what you're talking about. You talk about fucking, you know, black, you know, because I'm black. I didn't get the same opportunities. You know, like, in like this culture, why don't we get the same opportunities in Nigeria? Like, you don't know what you're talking about, you know. Like, fucking Nigeria, bro. You know, you're not gonna get the same opportunities as if you're in England. You know, like, you don't want us to occupy your countries and fucking make them better. So we can't really help you. You know, we've tried. We tried to colonize all your fucking countries, make them better. And you know, like India and fucking, you know, a lot of countries have been better from the occupying England, occupying their countries. You know, and we've made a lot of countries succeed that get on board with the English culture. You know, most of the countries don't get on board with it, so. Baz, you'll love that black man. It's a woman.
Politician is prepared to.
I just saw Charlie Beach talking about this woman, and he's like, oh yeah, she knows what she's talking about. You know, I disagree. You know, I mean, you know, I'm not very political. You know, I don't believe in any politician ever, because I mean, she talks like she's at a job interview.
Tell you something that we all know is not true, then what else will they tell you?
Even creatures without nervous systems can distinguish between the sexes. And so, yeah, there's something very pathological going on there. So let's delve into some concepts now, because you're moving in that direction. And so I want to throw something out for you, and you tell me what you think about this. When I regarded myself, let's say, more as a classic liberal, the fundamental reason for that, as far as I'm concerned, was that I believe that societies function better when the individual is the essential unit of analysis or identity. But then, and I do believe that's true, and so I don't like ethnic categorizations or racial categorizations or sexual categorizations. I think merit itself and ability are independent of those fundamentally, but even more particularly, if you start identifying people in terms of their group membership, you get pathological attributions like group guilt or group privilege, for that matter, and that doesn't go anywhere good. But what I've come to understand more recently is that liberal project, which really originated in many ways in the UK, I know the Americans like to take credit for it, but really they just...
But it was us, really.
That's right, really it was. Really it was, and in a very serious way. And that's why it's so terrible to see the UK lose faith in itself, because well, of its common law tradition and its immense contribution philosophically in terms of sketching out liberalism. But then you might say, well, what are the preconditions for being able to use the individual as the fundamental unit of analysis, like perceptual analysis? And it seems to me it's like it has something to do with Christianity. And I say that partly because every Protestant and Catholic majority...
You know, that's a good point, you know. Like, this woke culture in America, spreading like wildfire. In England, we don't put up with that shit, you know. we don't put up with that shit, you know. You want to be a trans person, you can be a trans person, but don't fucking try and force it on our kids, you know. We're not fucking having it, you know. Like, fucking America didn't fucking sort that out, you know. We've dealt with that a long time ago.
Country outside of Africa is a functional democracy. And so that's a very striking fact. It has something to do with the presumption of intact family, right? So imagine liberalism works, individual liberalism works, if there's an underlying unitary ethos, and that would be the antithesis of the multiculturalism that you described, that's predicated on belief in the intrinsic value of every individual as a fundamental axiom, and also the fundamental equality between men and women at the level of ultimate value. And so those are preconditions. And then the sanctity of the family and the stability of the family, and that would be the long-term committed, child-focused, monogamous family, which is a very particular type of family arrangement. And then
he always talks about this, but I mean, this is an amalgamation of everything that she's just said, put into one question.
once you have that, then the liberal project will work, but it stops working if that understructure starts to disintegrate. And that seems to me to be where modern conservatism can play its most salutary role, is to remind us, well, no, we need a unity of culture. That's a tricky thing, and that's something that you referred to. It's like, when you think about unity of culture, and you made some reference to the relationship between that and religion, when you think about the unity of culture that brings people together, what is it that you think is irreplaceable? And now you're kind of looking at the UK as an outsider in a sense, right? And an appreciative outsider. You're kind of like Ayaan Hirsi Ali in that regard, right? Because you can really see the advantages, and you had to come at that understanding of that advantages really in an intellectual manner and as an anthropologist almost. So what do you see as the necessary preconditions for the kind of unity that brings a country together and that is a barrier to multicultural disintegration, nihilism, and conflict?
So what are the preconditions? And there's a lot to unpack in what you've just said. So you are right. I force myself to always try and look at our country from an outside lens, and that's how I know that it is, in my view. You will differ, you will disagree, because you're in Canada. This is the best place to be, despite a lot of efforts to change it. It still is wonderful. So you're asking, what are the preconditions? In my view, having a high trust society is so critical. People need to be able to trust each other. And the problem with having lots of different groups and lots of different group identities, rather than one shared group identity, is that no matter how hard you try, people will compete with each other, even when they look exactly the same. Whether you're looking at Nigeria or Northern Ireland, where, Protestants and Catholics had, endless troubles and turmoil, everybody looks the same. We need to get past the, the skin color categorization, because it's just a correlation.
Well, if we didn't compete, then what are we competing for? The world resources. Just share them out equally, Socialism, if you want to call it that, socialism. Like, we all fucking deserve our share. I don't care who you are. The whole planet deserves the share, Like, we should be able to fucking create that by now. Just a fair and equal society.
It's not the underlying thing. You need to create a society where people can trust each other. The more they trust each other, the more they will interact, the more you will have
trust. Like we've got to trust fucking the government, and we've got to trust the people that like make more money than us. How can you trust that? You can't trust a society based on capitalism, because everybody's making more money than the next person, That's what capitalism creates. Like, it has to be equal, It has to be equal. Everybody has to have the share. Right, then you can trust people, right? Because everyone's getting the same as everybody else. You know, there's no reason not to do that. You know, I mean, okay, people have harder jobs and people won't work. You know, if there was that society. You know, I beg to differ. You know, I think people would work better in a fucking equal society.
Have, you know, better businesses because you don't have to worry about people stealing. We're all safe. We're not worried about people harming each other. Anything that
Stealing. Well, you know, like why does fucking 1% of the population have 99% of the wealth? You know, like if it's not stealing, you know.
creates lots of different groups where the group identity becomes more powerful than anything else, means that you start to dislike or distrust other groups, and that creates a problem. There's then competition for resources. People aren't collaborating.
So if 99% of the wealth belongs to 1% of the population, trust them, you know. Trust them, you know. Let's trust Elon Musk, you know. Let's just trust Elon Musk. He has all the wealth in the world, you know. Let's just trust Elon Musk. You know, like even you don't believe that. You know? So you can't say that this because you want capitalism, you want fucking to be conservative, you know.
They're not cooperating. And I think what has been remarkably successful about Western society is that it has had a dominant culture for a very long time.
Cooperating with who? Who do you want to cooperate with? Like who you got to cooperate with? Like we don't have to cooperate, you know. Well, we do have to cooperate, but you know, like we wouldn't have to cooperate as much if everybody got a share of the world's fucking resources, because you know everybody has a fair share. So what you cooperating with, you know? If nobody fucking digs the fucking ground and gets the resources out, then we don't have no share, you know. Like there's no cooperation, you know. It's as simple as get the job done, or you don't have fucking anything, you know. You don't have to cooperate with that, you know. You don't have to fucking. I mean, you've got to cooperate. And go, who's good at that job, and you know, like who's good at that job, blah blah blah. But you don't really have to cooperate because like nobody's gonna get a share if that job don't get done. So, and that job's not gonna get done if you don't do your job. So, you know, if you don't feed people and you don't fucking cook and you don't farm and shit, you know, like none of them jobs are gonna get done. So, you know, I mean, that's cooperation. But it's not really cooperation, it's just fucking. You're not going to get your share otherwise. You can't get your share, it's impossible. It's democratic dictatorship. Democracy. Yeah.
But has been able to tolerate other strains within it. This is something that's very unique. Most countries, if you're bringing in something else, it gets killed or you are forced to assimilate. It's not just allowed to be its own thing and just sit there. And I think that that's something that's really special about a lot of Western culture. and it has allowed it to thrive and take the very best from what's all around the world. But the dominant culture has to be reinforced. And when we move away from culture as the starting point and think it's law or it's religion, we start to get confused about where we're going to end up. You end up with the relativism. It doesn't matter, you know, what people's cultures are and so on. As long as they follow these rules, everything will be fine. And yes, the rules are important, but if your culture is strong enough, quite often you don't even need the rules. People just know. They know that you don't behave this way. They know that you don't speak like this to other people. It's just in, you know, it's in the system. And that's where I want us to get to. That's where I want us to get to as a country. And you can see, you know, I haven't done, you know, theses and.
You're bothered about people like that talk to each other fucking like they're just fucking idiots, you know. Like, people that talk to people fucking like a dickhead, you know. Like, they're just idiots, you know. Like I'm literally talking to you like an idiot, you know. Like, I'm just an idiot, you know. Like, why do you bother about that? Like, that's not going to change the world. Like, people are always going to talk to each other like idiots. Like, literally, people bark at each other. They shout and bark like a dog at each other all the time. I've been, you know, I do it. You know, I'm not gonna say I don't. You know, I'll be fucking barking and shouting at police. You know, like a dog. You know, like, I can't help myself. They don't listen. You know, but you know, like, I do it. I'm not gonna say I don't. I wouldn't fucking help anything. Like, I'm just a fucking idiot, you know. I do what I do, and I do what I do. That's it. It's not going to change anything, you know. Like, talking to each other is not going to change anything, you know. Like, the more we get away from words and act, and we start doing actions, you know, like Donald Trump is like fucking, you know, sanction everybody or fucking, you know, like, what is it called? Tariffs, you know. That gets shit done, you know. Just like write it in a contract and go, you want to sign that contract? Alright, well, fuck you then, you know, I can't be arsed with you know. Like, just do that, you know. Like, that's what a camera is, that's what an audit is, basically. You know, you record someone and you go, right, well, you know, what are you going to do about it? You know, I'm recording you. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. So shut the fuck up, you know. You're on camera, bro, you know. You're going to arrest me? You're going to call the police? Go call the police then, fucking, so they can just fuck off. Can't be arsed with you know. I don't need to listen to your bullshit, you know. Like, this is the contract, you know. I'm recording you by a phone. Like, you act up on this phone like you're on YouTube for the rest of your life. And I might even sue you for wasting my fucking time. Because you're a silly cunt. You know? Like a lot of people don't understand that, you know. I could sue people. You know, like the people that waste my time when I'm stood there with the camera just recording, and they come up to me and go, you can't record, you know, I can sue them, you know, as a civil claim. Like public, you know, I can sue the public. It'd be a private prosecution, you know. It's like if someone tells me, you can't be on my land, you need to leave this private property. And I go, no, I'm not leaving. You know, they can go, right, well, you know, aggravated trespass. I can go, leave me alone, or I'll sue you. If they don't leave me alone, I can fucking put in a private civil claim for alarm, harassment and distress. Like a criminal fucking claim, you know? You know? I'll tell them 3 times, go away, leave me alone. We could all do that. Auditors could do that all day, you know. We don't choose to do that because, you know, content. But, you know, we could do that, you know. Like, you're literally harassing us, you know. Same with police, you know, like when they come up to you and go, you've got looking police cars, you know, like, that's harassment right there. If we tell a police officer, go away, get on with your job, leave me alone, like, and they don't leave you alone, you're doing a lawful activity, like, it's harassment. We also won't arrest you for Section 43 of the Terrorism Act, you know, which is what happens with audit in Britain, you know. Like, that's the script, you know. Like, get them to harass you. When they harass you, tell them to fucking go back to work. If they don't go back to work, then keep telling them to go back to work, you know. Tell them more than twice, it's harassment, then they'll arrest you for fucking Section 43 of Terrorism Act, you know. That's the script, you know. That's the script. Because they don't want to get done for harassment, you know. In fact, don't tell them you're going to get them done for harassment, you know. You don't have to. You don't have to tell them that you're going to do them for harassment. All you need to do is tell them to go away. Just tell the police to fuck off, go back to work. You know, like JoeKingAudits says, go back to work. You know, that means stop fucking harassing me. You know, like Audit in Britain goes, you know, it's okay, you can leave, you know. Like, I'm not stopping you from leaving, you know. Don't surround me, you know. Don't surround me. Why you question me, you know. Like, all these questions, you know, like Audit in Britain acts like a layman, so like he's not a layman, he knows exactly what he's doing. Like, all his questions are part of the script, you know. Like, Audit in Britain is scripted. It's scripted on his part. On everyone else's part, you know, they just do what they do, but, you know, like, Audit in Britain has a script. I don't have a script because, like, I don't really want to sue nobody. Ever. I don't even want to go to court, even if I'm like suing somebody else, you know. I don't even want to be in that courtroom ever again, you know. Fucking bollock. And the judge always goes to lunch all the time, you know. It's fucking, the judges are lazy, you know. I can't be asked fucking waiting around for a judge all day, you know. Like, the judge ain't even worth my time, you know. The judge can sit on my fucking big fat hairy cock, as far as I'm aware, you know. The judge is a complete fucking knobhead. You get paid too much, and you don't do jack shit, in my opinion. So, like, you know, he can fuck off. And the judge has been very nice to me, by the way, but, you know, he always makes you wait. He always wastes your time. The judge always wastes your time. Ridiculous amounts of time, you know. Like, sometimes he goes, "Oh, I can't deal with it today. Come back in a month's time." Then I come back a month's time and he goes, "Oh, you're free to go." And I'm like, why couldn't you do that before? You know? Like, why do I have to come to court twice to say you're free to go? You know, like what? I mean, that's happened twice. You know? Twice. I mean, like one time, you know, I had to go to court twice for one court case because the judge couldn't be asked fucking dealing with me that day, or he was too busy or something. You know, he was like, "It's too busy. You know, very, very busy. So you have to go home and fucking deal with it another day." And then I go to court and it's like I don't even get in the court. Like, somebody comes out and goes, "The judge decided this is not even fucking worth his time. You know, you're free to go. No further action." Fucking court is squashed the prosecution. You know? Cheers for that. You know, I've only been here for about 4 hours, just waiting for that decision. You know, and fucking 5 hours yet the other time. You know, only 9 hours. Only 9 hours. You know, just like, I've got to walk to court. I've got to walk to court and I've got to walk all the way home. You know, cheers for that. You know. I'll get bus fare, you know, in the security buffoon's case. I'll get bus fare to that court. I had to go to Huddersfield court. I had to fucking pay bus fare to go to that court case out of my own pocket. And then fucking judge is like, "Oh, you're not guilty." You know, I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm not guilty." You know, I know. You know, cheers for that. I mean, the police even showed my fucking YouTube video in the court. And it showed exactly what happened, you know. Like, yeah, I pushed him. You know, like, my camera even got it on camera, you know, me pushing him. That was the assault. That's what I got arrested for. Assault by battery. You know, common assault. or pushing someone, stood still, and I pushed somebody. Right. And on the camera, it just shows him getting closer and closer. So I'm like, just step back, you know. Assaulted me, get him, you know, fucking, fucking no, man, no, bro. Call the police. Like I pushed him like really lightly as well, you know. Like I was just warning him, you know. In fact, I said step back before I even, like, as they were getting closer to me, I said step back. You know, and then I said step back again, and he won't step back, so I just went, just step back, bro. You don't need to be that close. He was like, assault! Fucking, you know. Like, in fact, he assaulted me, you know, he pushed my hand out of my way. Like, proper hard as well, you know. Didn't hurt, but, you know, it's fine. I don't mind. You know, I don't mind a little fucking love tap. I've had worse.
And written books about this. A lot of it is just pure, as you say, anthropological observation. I look at a lot of Christianity or a lot of churches in Africa, and there are elements of the way that worship takes place that is exactly as it used to be when it was an animist society. It's the the cultures take the bits of Christianity that they like the most. So there is a lot of speaking in tongues, which is almost unheard of in Catholic and Protestant sort of churches in the UK. You go to Africa, there's a lot of speaking in tongues and people throwing themselves on the floor. They love the exorcisms, the witchcraft bits of the Bible, which are barely spoken or land in a sermon in the West. So, because that's what the culture demands. The culture's like, okay, there's this new thing called Christianity. What do we like here? Right, we like exorcisms, we like speaking in tongues, we like all the bits. There's more singing and dancing. It's very vibrant, and the culture's
That's Christianity in Africa. Well, you know, that's more reason not to believe in the Bible.
starts to take over, and it interprets text in a way that works for it. And this is the thing about text. You have to really guard if you wanted to keep doing what it was always doing. You have to really pay attention. You have to really guard it. Otherwise, people can appropriate it and almost make it do the opposite of what it was meant to do. And I see this with a lot of UK legislation. We see it with the non-hate crime incidents, this nonsense where people get arrested for saying things online. These laws have been there for 30 years, but the culture is changing. You have judges who think differently about this stuff. It's the same with the Equality Act. The Equality Act was there as a shield, not a sword. It was there to protect people from discrimination. It started being used to discriminate.
Them laws have been there for 30 years. What? Talking about shit online. I mean, yeah, hate speech and blah blah blah, you know. People are getting arrested for hate speech, you know. They're not getting arrested for hate speech, they're getting arrested for freedom of speech, you know, like just talking about, you know, Like, I mean, I can't even say it on YouTube. You know, I don't want to get banned.
Between different groups. Oh, let's have some positive action. These groups are being treated unfairly, so we'll give them a boost to treat these other people unfairly. You need to guard your text carefully, and that needs principles. I think conservative principles.
When you think about what makes
No. Guard your text. Like, what do you mean by guard your text? You know, like the law, I mean.
So what do you think? So I'm curious about your thoughts, because I would organize the hierarchy. It sounds like slightly different than you do, but I see why you're doing it. I think about the religious presuppositions as being the deepest presuppositions, and then the cultural presuppositions nested inside those. Now, you just pointed to a situation where the cultural framework supersedes the religious and alters it, and so, you know, you can see that there could be a shift in that. But having said that, I'm very curious about your comments on a high trust society, because it's been my understanding that there actually isn't any natural resource except trust. Like, if you have trust, then everything can become a resource, because you can now cooperate or even compete in a civilized manner that's sustainable and productive over the long run. But it does require this intrinsic trust. And then the question would be,
That's what I said.
you know, what are the characteristics of a high trust society? And you pointed to some. Well, everyone thinks violence is wrong. That would be one. Nobody steals, no matter what, right? And this is something that's particularly characteristic right now, let's say, of Japan, that's starting to disintegrate in the West. And we've seen a lot of that in the United States, for example. Like, the problem with low trust societies is you have to be suspicious. In a low trust society, everyone's a potential enemy. In a high trust society, everyone's a potential friend and collaborator. Well, you're rich in a society like that, and that Japanese are another good example of that. Japanese have no natural resources.
That's what I said. Everybody's rich in a fucking low trust society, because that's why it's a low trust society, because everybody's rich, getting fucking, you know, like, just profiting off of everybody else.
But they're rich, and their richness, their wealth is their ethos, their moral ethos. The fact that the default Japanese citizen is unbelievably law-abiding, And now your sense, your intuition is that you fragment high trust societies with a careless immigration policy, say, a careless multiculturalism. And there's Robert Putnam, the Harvard professor, has shown that quite clearly, that more homogenous societies, let's say, tend to be higher trust. And I guess it's partly because there are just fewer differences to take into account, right? There's a shared set of presumptions about the nature of proper behavior and of reality itself. And if you diversify that to too great a degree, nobody knows which way is up. Nobody can tell the difference between a man and a woman, for example. But what do you think's dissolved or is dissolving in the West, in the UK more particularly, that is undermining that high trust?
Everybody can tell the difference between a man and a woman. You know? Like, most people will not answer the question because they're scared, you know. I mean, you know, I can tell you answers to that question, you know, if you ask me. I'm not going to answer it because nobody's ever asked me that question, but you know, like, you know, if somebody did ask me that question, you know, I'd say some fucking crazy shit. Crazy shit. Fucking, you know, I've thought long and hard about that question. You know, there's many things different between a man and a woman. You know, many things. Like, where do I start? You know.
Reality that was part and parcel of
Barry,
UK
what?
culture. I mean, the queuing is a good example of that, even.
My Barry.
I mean, it's something that people always point to when they go to the UK, but it
My
really
name's Joe.
matters that people will
Joe.
spontaneously organize themselves without duress in a civilized manner, right? It speaks volumes about the nature of the culture itself. What do you think has undermined that?
We still queue, by the way. I remember I remember someone showing a video. There was a set of riots.
Barry and Barryina. You know, you're Barryina. You know, I thought long and hard about you, Barryina. You know, that Barryina. You know, is trouble. That Peter Goldfarb, Barryina. That's his real name, Barryina. Barryina. He wears a tutu. You know, that Barryina, he wears a tutu. Peter Goldfarb. The big fat tutu. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Barryina. Barryina, you're correct.
That happened about 10, 15 years ago, and the looters were queuing to get into the shop. We still
That's
queue.
good. Civilized looters.
Yes.
That's a good thing to see.
Nah, you're Barryina. You wear the tutu. I wear the trousers. You wear the tutu. You know, then we can have gay, happy life together. As long as you wear the tutu, Barryina. I'll be Bazza. You can be Barryina. Yeah. Deal. Thank you.
We still keep. So the question is, what is the thing that is undermining the high trust nature of our society? And I think it's complacency. And you talked about the careless immigration policy. This is something that I find unbelievably infuriating. How did this happen? Because everybody thought someone else was dealing with it. And whether the ministers thought the civil service was doing it, or the civil service thought that the border people were doing it, and so on. At the end of the day, we as the political party in charge have to take responsibility for that. But it's one of the things that I find most frustrating, because there is a complacency in this country that it doesn't matter when something's happening, because everything's going to be okay. We are the UK, we are a rich country, and so everything's going to be fine. And it doesn't matter what you do, the UK is the UK, it's a civilized country.
Most sensible thing she's ever said, to be honest.
People queue, and it doesn't matter how many people come in, we're always going to be the UK, and everything's going to be fine. It is complacency. And the complacency comes from, mind you, the memories of harder times receding, almost fading from living memory. And by that, I mean war, when people were very alive to the threat from other people, other countries. When you have generations that have grown up where everybody is having a great time, and they're, we're not really at war. And, I think...
No. That's not where complacency came in. It's the government. The government fucking didn't do shit, for a long time. The government's not been doing shit for a long time, Like, they haven't been fucking doing shit. They've been doing loads of wars and shit, Like, they can do a lot of wars and shit, They can concentrate on a lot of wars, and war on drugs, and war in Afghanistan. And intelligence agencies and terrorism. But you know, at some point, the government just stopped fucking doing anything for the people and started like just concentrating on like the rest of the world, you know, and just stop concentrating on the country. War on paper in tennis courts. Yep. See you later, Barry.
All of that contributes to the complacency. That's number one. And complacency means that people stop looking after things because they think it's always going to be like that. And there are a large number of people across our cultural establishment, even the political establishment, I would say, in fact, it's probably especially the political establishment, who are suffering from what I call cargo cult syndrome. Do you know what I mean by cargo cult syndrome?
You should explain it for people, though.
Okay, so just to summarize and paraphrase, in World War II, there was a plane that would drop supplies on a Pacific island, and the islanders saw, air traffic control, people moving their arms. They saw runways had been drawn, and eventually a plane would come around and drop the food. And after the plane stopped coming, they wanted the food supplies to return. So they drew lines on the ground and they made the hand signals, but they didn't understand why the food was no longer coming. Why were the planes not coming? And it is what happens when people have a very superficial observation of what is happening and assume that they understand it all and they know everything. They don't test themselves. They don't really query. And I see that behavior in a lot of politics. Just today, we had a chancellor who went out and made a
What? In World War II, people drew lines on the floor and food used to drop through the sky. And then other people used to do that, or like we used to do that. The people, like our army people, go like, let's draw lines on the floor, maybe they'll fucking send food our way. And people must have been desperate, man. Like people in army, man. World War II. Fucking hell, that were a bad time, wasn't it? That were a bad time. Our own people drew lines on the floor. No food came. Man. What's that called? I want to know what that's actually called.
island, and the islanders saw, air traffic and paraphrase, number of people across our. That's number one. And complacent is having a great time, and they stop looking after things because they think it's always going to be like that. Establishment who are suffering from what I call cargo cult syndrome. Do you know what I mean?
Cargo cult syndrome. Cargo cult syndrome. What's your laugh about this?
By cargo cult syndrome.
You should explain it for people, though.
Okay, so just
Look, she's so happy about herself. She's like,
to summarize and paraphrase, in World War II, there was a plane that would drop supplies on a Pacific island, and the islanders
laughing
saw
now. Now she's
air
laughing.
traffic.
Now she's laughing. She's like happy about it, you know. Like you can't be happy about that. It's not something to smile about.
Control people move.
Like you just like to fucking explain things like you're fucking smart, you know. You're not that smart, you know. Like, stop being narcissistic. Stop. Wipe that smile off your face. Look at your smile, you silly cunt. It's not funny. People are starving to death, drawing lines on the floor, expecting. Okay, it's a bit funny. It's a bit funny. You know, like fucking. But that, you know, like that used to be a fucking thing that used to happen. Apparently, you know, I didn't know about that. You know, like this is the first thing I've learned about this. Cargo cult syndrome. Draw lines on the floor and you expect food to fucking be dropped. Because it's World War II and, you know, they drop it for someone else, so maybe they'll drop it for you, you know. You're hungry, starving to death, you know. Like, what a fucking world we live in.
Moving their arms, they saw runways had been drawn, and eventually a plane would come around and drop the food. And after the plane stopped coming, they wanted the food supplies to return. So they drew lines on the ground and they made the hand signals, but they didn't understand why the food was no longer coming. Why were the planes not coming? And it is what happens when people have a very superficial observation of what is happening and assume that they understand it all and they know everything. They don't test themselves. They don't really query. And I see that behavior in a lot of politics. Just today, we had a chancellor who went out and made a whole bunch of announcements.
Okay, this is the most intelligent thing that she's ever said. Because this is like a metaphor for like a lot of like reasons why people do what they do. Like in every walk of life. Like it's some sort of like, you know, let's get in debt, you know. Let's get in debt because everybody else gets in debt. What's going to go wrong, you know? Everybody else gets a credit card, you know. What's going to go wrong? Everybody else gets a mortgage. What's going to go wrong? Everybody else gets a job. What can go wrong, you know? Like all fucking society is based on like cargo. What did you say? Cargo cult syndrome. Like as a metaphor, you know. All of society is based on cargo cult syndrome. It's the most intelligent thing she's ever said. Like on this whole thing. Like the whole society is based on cargo cult syndrome. Realistically, you know, because fucking everybody just believes if I just work like everybody else does, and I'm gonna do as good, you know. If I get a YouTube channel, then I'm gonna be a great star on YouTube, you know. Like, I'm gonna be like Mr. Beast, you know. I mean, I've still got YouTube fucking cult syndrome, you know, but Mr. Beast cult syndrome, but you know, one day maybe, you never know. We can try. Like I don't have all else going for me, you know. Like I've got YouTube and that's about it, you know. Like what more do you want? What more do you want? I'm done. I'm fucking done. If YouTube doesn't happen, you know, like that's my last option, you know. The only thing I want to do is YouTube and audit fucking cunts. So, you know, you can call that fucking cargo cult syndrome all you want, but you know, I don't really have anything else. So, what do you want?
oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and said we're delivering growth. That is not how growth is created. Announcements are not policy. But many politicians have just seen that you stand up and you say, we're going to do this, and they imagine that there's an army of minions somewhere that make the thing happen. This is what happened with our immigration policy. The ministers would say, the prime minister would say, we're going to cut immigration, vote for us. And an assumption that we've said it, of course, the people who are responsible for doing it will make it happen. It was complacency. And I hate it because I always...
I mean, that's not cargo cult syndrome. That's just complacency. Or just fucking delusion. It's just delusional. I mean, there's no reason why you can't cut immigration, Like, there's no reason why we can't just stop immigration. Like, we can easily just close the borders right now. Or because they all come from France. Yeah, but we could deal with that. We're England. We've got boats and shit. I mean, okay, the boats are defending our borders, but we can create more boats. I'd rather spend a load of money on fucking a load of boats that just patrol the whole of England than spend a load of money on fucking knobheads that come on rubber dinghy rapids to our country. Just send them back to France before they even get here. Like, it can't be that hard. Surely not. I mean, I know England's quite a big place, but it's fucking... Because you've got to go all the way around it, Like, that's the only problem with England, You've got to go all the way around it. And you've got to do Ireland and fucking... And, like, Ireland is a problem. Fuck Ireland, they can submit as well. Just like Scotland will submit. Like, we're England, man. We don't fucking take cunts slightly. I mean, am I the only person that believes in the country? Am I the only patriot in my fucking land that just believes in my country? Or like all? I don't believe in the government, but I do believe in the country. I do believe in our culture. I believe in all the shit that we've done in history. Like, I'll stand by it, I'll fucking stand up for everything we've ever done in this culture, because I think we've done more good than fucking evil. So, we've done a lot of evil, but we've done a lot of good as well. So, like, I just wish the rest of the world could see that. But, like, it doesn't really matter, like, there's no, like, England's not going to take over the world, so, like, it's pointless, like, somebody needs to take over the world, that's why you need to vote for JoeKingAudits, King of the World. I'll sort everything out, like, the whole world has to be, the whole world has to get on board. The whole world has to get on board with, like, taking over the world. The governments can't be in control of the fucking countries, man. Like, it has to be a worldwide effort. Otherwise, we're not gonna get no shit done. That's am I the only person that sees that? Like, I don't want to be king of the world. Like, it's like a joke, but it's just the best way to explain it, like, somebody has to be king of the world. Like, So, like, I have to be king of the world, you know. I have to be king of the world because the whole world has to come together to get shit done, you know. Like, we can't just. I have to take all your money. I have to collect all your money, and I have to distribute it evenly across the world. Like, am I the only person that can see that? That makes sense. You know, because like. You know, like people are making fucking hundreds, like trillions of pounds. You know, fucking Donald Trump's going to be the first trillionaire. Like, where's all that money coming from? The people. You know. You know, that's the only place that the money can come from. Like, if we just share that money out, you know, and share that resources out, then everybody can have a little share, you know. Surely. I don't know how much. I mean, how much is a trillion divided by 7 billion? $1 trillion divided by 7 billion. You know? And a lot of people are billionaires as well, so, you know, like, there's at least fucking a couple of trillion. I mean, America's 26 trillion in debt, so, you know, let's share that out as well. If fucking America can, you know, how much is 26 trillion divided by 7 billion? Well, 7 billion is 26 trillion. Surely you get a good share, you know. I mean, it's not even about the money, you know. Like, it's about resources. Like, all our resources should be for us, not for, you know, the government to be making money out of. Like, this is why we need a revolt against the government worldwide. Not because like I disagree with the government, which I do disagree with the government, but like they're literally doing wars. Like Donald Trump even said it, you know. He's like, Zelensky, you need to give us rare earth minerals, and then we will give you weapons of mass destruction to go to war with Russia. You know, like, is Donald Trump going to share any of them rare earth minerals? No, he's going to make a profit for his country out of everybody because he's got weapons of mass destruction, because he spends fucking £5 billion on fucking Ukraine war. Like, what? You know? Like, is America going to make a profit out of that? Is the rest of the world going to make a profit out of that? You know? Like, these resources are coming from Ukraine, not from America, you know. But, you know, it's all right for like America to make profit for themselves, you know, selfish bastards, you know. Fuck the rest of the world, you know. I like Donald Trump, you know. Like, I'd do the same shit, you know, if there was fucking. But, you know, that's one thing that I do disagree on. Agree with Donald Trump on. Making money out of fucking resources. Like, you owe us money, you know. The government owes the people money. Like you create this infrastructure with taxpayers' money, and you make a profit, and you don't fucking share it out to the people. You just use it on wars, or fucking military spending, or war fucking machines, you know. Like, where's our cut? When do we get our cut? Like, I'm a man like fucking Keir Starmer, you know. I'm a man like Donald Trump. Where's my cut? When do I get my cut for this shit? You know, if I was a bloody confidence trickster, I could rob people out of fucking loads of money. Get them to fucking work the land. You know, I could rob people out of loads of money. You know, I think we're all getting robbed. You know, I think the whole world's getting robbed. And you know, and everyone talks about equality. Fucking equality. When has it ever been equal, man? Like the government just fucking like makes trillions and billions of pounds, and like we get fucking nothing in return. What? You know, like. And I go to prison because I robbed a bank, you know. Banks only got fucking millions, you know. They've got fucking billions. They're fucking robbing billions out of fucking earth, you know. I wonder how much money they're going to pay these fucking miners in Ukraine. You know, like, if America has its way, you know, like, I mean, America's never going to have its way. I think Zelensky is a Russian spy. That wants the war with Russia. Putin is allowing it because Russia can gain intelligence out of all that war, and Russian troops are expendable. Like, you know, like people die, but you know, people die in wars. You know, like we went to war. We went to war. You know, people were expendable. Russia's doing exactly the same thing. Russia's put Zelensky in charge of the Ukraine. This is what I think is what's going on. To try and convince the rest of the world to go to war with Russia so Russia can nuke us all. So Russia has an excuse to nuke us all. You know, we're on a slippery slope, you know. We're on a fucking slippery slope with this Ukraine war. Like, it's not as cut and dry as you think, you know. Like, I think it's fucking very. It's a new tactic that no one's ever fucking even realised. Russia is probably wanting this war. And I don't blame him, you know. We're literally sanctioning him out of his ass, you know. We're sanctioning his fucking every time he has a shit, you know. Metaphorically speaking. It's a slippery slope, you know. I mean, Zelensky was talking to Saudi Arabia, you know. It's like, yeah, that's a good idea, you know. that's a great idea. You know, Donald Trump were right to fucking like shut him down in that interview, because we're talking about like he wants security. I want security. So it wants us to march troops into Ukraine, and you know it wants us to, you know, help, you know, send more fucking people and, you know, troops and shit. That's World War III, you know. It, like, Zelensky's talking about World War III, you know, there, you know. Like, you know, Donald Trump has every right to be fucking pissed off with that, you know. Like, Donald Trump's talking about peace. Zelensky's like, no, we need security. Like, what I mean by security is it means he wants us to march troops in there and fucking protect his fucking borders. Like, we can't do that, you know, because that's World War III then. You know, that's a world war. You know, that's war. Like, we can apparently, like, through some loophole, we can sell weapons of mass destruction to Ukraine to defend themselves. That's all we can do. You know? But we can't put troops in there. We can't fucking go and mine minerals out of fucking Ukraine and put fucking an army in certain areas in Ukraine to protect our troops. Well, we probably could, but we'd have to have Russia say so as well, you know. Russia's never going to agree to that, and that's why Zelensky didn't agree to it, because Zelensky is a fucking Russian spy, and it's like Zelensky has been put in by fucking Putin, you know, in my opinion. To see what the West will do about Ukraine. Like, fucking Russia could take Ukraine just like that, you know? Like, just like that, if they wanted to. there's no doubt in my mind, you know, like there's no fucking. We could sell all the bombs to fucking Ukraine all we want. Ukraine could just fucking walk over Russia, Ukraine, all day long, you know. They've got nothing, you know. Like, Russia's a superpower. You know, it's one of the fucking strongest countries in the world, you know. Probably stronger than England, you know. Probably stronger than America, you know. Like, Russia could probably take on America, you know. England can take on America, you know. We've already fucking done it in a test. You know. You know, and Russia is a lot more powerful than fucking probably America and England. Maybe not China. China's a bit fucking dangerous. Like, we shouldn't even be really bothered about fucking Ukraine war. Like, we should just let them just deal with it, you know. Just let them deal with it. Like, it's not our place to fucking start messing with that anyway. Like, you know, I feel sorry for all the people that died in Ukraine, but you know, if you wanna be in the army, if you wanna go in the army, you're gonna die. You know that. Like, I've been in the army, cadets, you know, like fucking as a kid. If you wanna go in the army, you're gonna die. You know. That's what you need to know. You might die, you know. There's no fucking argument about that, you know. Like, and if you want to fight for Ukraine, you know, for Zelensky, then, you know, good luck, you know. Good luck with that, you know. But why do we have to get involved? You know, Russia has an infinite amount of troops. Like, Russia, do you think Russia cares about fucking the death of his people? It's got an infinite amount of troops, you know. Probably more. It can draft more people than fucking any country in the world, you know, because it's a dictator. But, you know, Ukraine is a democracy. Like, you know, they're gonna run out of troops fast. And, you know, like, because of that, you know, like, Russia knows this, Ukraine knows this. So what do you do, you know? If you're Russia, you create a proxy war, or a fucking, you know, like, just yeah. I mean, it's not even a fucking real war, you know. It's not even worth arguing about, in my opinion. You know, I'm sorry about all the people in Ukraine. You know, I'm very sorry about that. But like, we can't talk about this on YouTube, can we? I have to talk about it. I have to talk about it because like I'm very passionate about this. Like, I think Zelensky is a Russian spy. Like, Russia has created this war on purpose to see what the rest of the world's going to do because it's getting sanctioned by the rest of the world. Like, that's what I would do if I were Putin, you know. Like, if I think about it, you know, if I were Putin and I were getting sanctioned and nobody would trade with me and nobody would and everybody around the world's trading, making money out of everybody else and resources, and and I lived next door to Ukraine, you know, I'd be like, I'll just put somebody in power in Ukraine, and Zelensky's a nobody, is just randomly popped up, and it's like, oh, Ukraine war, like, it's a bit convenient, isn't it, As soon as Zelensky pops up, let's have a war with Russia, It's a bit convenient, Am I the only person that notices these things? I mean, it's not rocket science, is it? Why isn't Putin just killed Zelensky? Like, is it that protected? Is it that fucking safe? Like, Putin can do fucking crazy shit. He's got like. Have you ever been to Russia? Right, go to Russia and watch the intelligence, You might even go to prison, You might even go to prison just in case you're a spy, Like, they're fucking serious with security. They can't fucking track Zelensky down. Like, I don't believe it. Either they want the war with Russia, Ukraine. Russia either wants the war with Ukraine, so they keep Zelensky alive, or Zelensky is a Russian spy. Either one is fucking bad news bears, Like, it's just fucking, either one we can't do anything about it, Well, unless we want to fucking nuke the shit out of Russia, Because we can't go to war against Russia unless we do a world war, and then it'll be nukes, Like, nukes will get involved, and then we'll have to nuke Russia, and we're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. If we nuke Russia, we are all gonna die as well. That's the way it is. That's the way nukes work, But we can't win. We can't win Russia, so we'll have to nuke them. which means we're going to get nuked as well, unfortunately. And we're all going to die, because we live on a small fucking island. We'll take Russia down with us, you know. Like we're not gonna go. Like Russia will be fucked, you know, as well. But you know, nobody wants that, you know. Nobody wants that. Everybody knows that, you know. All the fucking superpowers know that. So they don't want that. It's just fucking. You know. We're in an impossible situation. Fortunately. Like we have to go to the table and negotiate. We have to give up something. Whether it's Ukraine or I don't know what, you know. We have to give up something. We're gonna have to give up something. We can't. Like Russia wants something. I don't know what they want, but they want something. Probably not to be sanctioned 1,600 times, you know. They've got 1,600 sanctions across the whole planet, you know. Like fucking with all the countries, all the countries combined have sanctioned Russia 1,600 times. I don't even know what that means, you know. I don't even know what that means, but you know that's what I read, you know, or heard, or watched, something like that, you know. 1,600 sanctions. Like, would you not be pissed off if you were in control of a great country like Russia? Like Russia is a great country. You know, like, it's a fucking great country. Like, great people. There's nothing wrong with Russia. You know, Putin, you know, is questionable. I'll give it that, you know. It's fucking very questionable in our fucking terminologies, but you know, it's just a dictator, you know. It's just like just an ordinary fucking dictator, you know. It's fine, you know. Like just let him. He's created a great country, man. Like even with 1,600 sanctions, Putin has stuck by that country and fucking carried on creating a great country. He's created his own McDonald's. He's created his own fucking, you know, fucking Ray-Bans, you know. Like, I don't know. Like they've got all the fucking mod cons, you know. It's not like they're fucking, you know, they're not going. They don't miss out on anything, you know. Like, I don't know what Putin's end goal is. You know, I don't know why he wants, because it can do it. It can fucking, he can do it all himself. But you know, I'm sure, like, rare earth minerals might have something to do with it, you know. Like Putin says he's got loads of rare earth minerals, but I don't know, you know. Apparently, like rare earth minerals are really important with military, like things, so that might have something to do with it. So he's pissed off with sanctions because he can't get rare earth minerals from elsewhere for military things. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it's all about, you know. Like the government won't tell us. If the government told us, then you'd be panicking, you know. The government probably knows. The government probably knows all this shit. That's why they won't fucking release the sanctions. Because if they did, you know, Russia would be able to get fucking all the nuclear weapons that can blow the world up 500 times instead of fucking 300 times, you know. Like, our governments know why Putin's bad, but they don't tell us. And like, so I'm gonna stick by my guns, and I'm gonna say Putin's not that bad. You know? Like we have to submit to Putin. We have to submit to Putin. Like Donald Trump. Like this is why Donald Trump fucking talks to Putin. You know, like it's like, you know, let's fucking sit down and have a fucking talk about it. Because we have to. Like, it's a superpower, for fuck's sake. You know, we can't beat him, you know. We can't stop him from creating nuclear weapons. Like, he's always gonna fucking create nuclear weapons. He doesn't have as many nuclear weapons as us, but, you know, like, he can still destroy us fucking 3 times over, you know. England and America. So, and the rest of the fucking world. China might be a bit of a problem, you know, but, you know, China don't give a shit about England or America, so, you know, like, the rest of the world knows that as well, you know, so. That's one reason why we can't fucking destroy China. We can't do anything to China, because China might be the saving grace if Russia decides to fucking bomb England and America. You know? China might actually fucking be the only person on the planet that can stop Russia. Because Russia might actually nuke us all out of existence. Job Centre can't even sanction that much. I haven't been put the Trump and Zelensky interview on the show and show some key points. Yeah, they're on about cutting welfare benefits for ill and disabled. Gonna be tough if they do it. 42 GDP. That's a new one. Cargo Colt. I never heard of that one before. I never heard that one before. Sorry, I haven't been receiving your messages. Like, I just got your messages right now. Get up here in the dark canyon, son. Marry her, Baz. What? This fucking... I mean, she's pretty attractive for a black girl. I've never been attracted to black women. I don't know why. But, you know, she's pretty attractive for a black girl. I just don't like the way she talks. She talks like... And then people that fucking thinks slavery should be reparation, like fucking reparation for slavery, you know, like. She hasn't said that, but you know, she talks like one of them people. You know, I can't fucking stand that. She's married anyway. Look, left. She's got a wedding ring on. She's actually my fucking wife. But you don't know that. I'm only joking. She's not my wife. Don't sue me. I wish I could get a wife like that, you know. Black, you know, a black wife. You know. Then you can't call me racist. You know, like, I've got a black wife. Can't call me racist anymore, suckers. I mean, I even brought a black fucking person to live in my house. And you still call me racist? What, you know? What the fuck? How can you call me racist when I fucking bring a black person back to my house? Job centre can't even sanction that much. Well, I don't know. I just read that, you know. 1,600 sanctions. Putin. Or Russia. It's 1,665 or something, you know. It's like it's even more than 1,600, you know. It's an exact number, you know. Like there's actually, Google it, you know. How much fucking how many sanctions does Russia have? You know, 1,665 or something. You know, it's like it's closer to 700 to be honest. 1,700 sanctions. ridiculous.
Felt that immigration in this country was too high, but I did know that we needed to get good people coming in, high skilled, because other people were leaving and you needed to replace that. It never once crossed my mind that as we were saying, let's have some good high skilled immigration in limited numbers, that people would use that to wedge the door open and effectively just let anyone who had a good story come in. That needs to be fixed. And just
You literally came in on that basis, though. You know, your family came in and goes, "Oh, I want a better life. Let's go to England." Like you even came in with that basis, you know, or your family sent you here on that basis. Like, you weren't fleeing fucking refugee status, you know. Like, back in the day, you know, we didn't need fucking a reason to come here. You know, we could just come here willy-nilly. Like, how did you not realise that? You fucking lived it, you know. You literally came here without fleeing refugee status or whatever, you know, with no qualifications, with no nothing, you know. Got your education in England on taxpayers' money, and you didn't realise that. Like, how did you not realise that? Right. you fucking did it.
because we got it wrong before doesn't mean that we don't have a right to talk about it anymore. We know more about this than anyone else. We know how to fix it in a way that other parties.
You fucking did it, and you don't even know that it happened to you. You don't even realise it happened to you. And you think, like, it's not going to happen to other people. You think other people aren't going to do the same things that you did. You know? And you still don't even realise it to this day. Like, what you did. You did it. And you don't expect other people to do it. And then you're going, oh, but we know how to fix it. Because we know what happened. You don't even know it happened to you. So how do you know what happened? You know?
Don't, and we have the will as well, certainly under my leadership. And that's one of the things that I'm trying to get people to see, that the Conservative Party is under new leadership. I am a different person from what we had before. And yes, I was there, you know, when we had those previous governments.
Oh, you want to be a Prime Minister? You want to be a Prime Minister? Impossible, chick, you know, impossible. Impossible. Like, look at your face, you know. Like, you don't even believe it, you know. Like, look at this face right here, you know. Do you think this is a face of the person that actually believes what she's fucking talking about? Like, I always pause it at the right fucking time, don't I? Like, she looks away, which means she's not actually believing what she's saying, you know. I mean, I can't really explain it, you know. It's psychoanalytic 101, you know. I mean, I can't really tell you why I know why she's lying, but I know she's lying. I don't know why, I don't know how she's lying, I don't know why she's lying, but I know she's lying. I can just tell from her face. I mean, I just caught her in a lie right there. She came from Nigeria. Her parents sent her from Nigeria for a better life. And she even said, because back then, there was no immigration policy, there was no fucking, you know, refugee, you know, fleeing refugee status. you could just come here back when she was a kid. So her parents sent her here for a better life. She ripped our fucking school policy, like schooling policy, and got her degrees. Like failed fucking engineering, being a doctor, failed many things, and then got involved with politics. Like, yeah, okay. She didn't say that, but like I'm just like paraphrasing what she said. Like she's like, she's just been like in a job interview. She's like, oh, I did engineering, and like fucking we had our differences, and like went our separate ways, and then I decided to do fucking being a doctor, and then I decided to be a lawyer, and then I failed that. Oh, she didn't say she failed it, but and then she's like, it was too hard, like everybody else got a fucking, a free ride, they all got easy, they were all fucking partying, and I was there studying hard, and they just fucking did it somehow. I don't even know how they did it, but they were white people, I think it's because I'm black. That's why I fucking couldn't party and fucking do law degree at the same time, like I didn't have time to be partying, I was struggling to do law degree as it was. These guys were just fucking partying and doing a law degree. It's because I'm black, zip it. It's because you're shit, you failed the engineering course, you failed the fucking law degree, you failed the fucking, like, it's because you're shit, it's because you're shit. You weren't good enough. Just admit it. Why can't you just be truthful for once?
But I was working on the inside to stop a lot of nonsense, which is aggravating people out there, and I will never stop doing that.
In America today, over 60% of all abortions...
You'll never stop aggravating people. What are you aggravating people for? I don't give a shit, to be honest. Why does she want to aggravate people?
This crucial fight for life. Call pound 250 and say
Preborn.
Baby. That's pound 250 keyword baby, or visit preborn.com/Jordan.
Sounds like porn. Pre-porn. Pre-born.
Okay, so let's lay out the political.
Get iPhone 16 Pro at Vodafone and save an amazing £414. Plus, save up to an extra £360 when you trade in an eligible iPhone. Ends 18th of March. Go online or in-store today. Vodafone.
So
With Regina Blitz and Regina Blitz Giant, you'll clean up in a flash.
Genius.
Last Breath is captivating critics everywhere.
Driver 2 is on bailout. Get out of there.
That's the first ad.
Political landscape. Then let's turn to the political. We have.
That's the first ad I've had in an hour. I've had one ad in this whole fucking.
Haven't talked about how you moved from your burgeoning political interest to leadership of the Conservative Party in the UK, because that's quite a story. But I think we'll just put that aside for the time being and focus on the political. The first thing you might want to do for people, since it's an international audience as well that's listening to this, is why don't you outline what you see as the differences between the three major political parties in the UK, Conservative, Reform, Labour, and describe the relationships as you see them presently, and maybe the relative strengths and weaknesses of each position, assuming there are any strengths at all on the Labour side, which I doubt, by the way. Since I might as well put my well, seriously. I mean,
agree
seriously. But Okay, so let's go through. The party structure.
Like Jordan Peterson's all hands right now. She's got a head in her hands. Is she Labour? Or was she Labour?
And I'd like to hear your thoughts about the current situation in relationship to the political parties in the UK.
Okay. So it's very interesting that you said Reform as the third party. Reform is not the third party in this country. It's doing well in the polls at the moment, but the third party in this country is the Liberal Democrats, who had more votes and have 14 times as many members of parliament as Reform. Reform has 5. Liberal Democrats have 70.
Right. Okay. Are you gonna get to what he actually said, or are you just gonna like? Like she's angry. She's fucking angry.
We have 100.
Yes, my mistake.
So, and then Labour has 400 and something. I can't even remember the exact number. But, so I would say the difference between the 4 parties. So the Labour Party used to be the party of the working class, blue collar workers. It has now become the party of the bureaucracy. Whether it's
She spread them big chocolate cheeks, Baz. You'd be in there, son. Get rid of that
the
comment.
public sector or people who live off government. So people who live off government regulations, compliance, and so on. That's who they speak for now. They don't speak for the, what we would call blue collar. We are the traditional party of the right. The Conservative Party is the most successful political party, I think, in history, certainly with our longevity. And we are the center-right party. And we are traditionally the party of the entrepreneurs, low tax. We've merged what I would call classic liberalism with old school conservatism, and that's where we are. That's where we are now. The Liberal Democrats are basically a protest party for mainly people on the left.
That's where you are now.
And they don't have much of an ideology other than being nice. They will go with all sorts of extreme things, extreme gender ideology, etc. And Reform is representing the rage that a lot of people are feeling about things going wrong in the country. But it's all rage, it's not courage. And I understand why a lot of traditional conservative voters have gone to Reform, because they're angry with us, because they think we let them down. And a lot of traditional Labour voters...
I don't think that was a question. I think the question was about you. Why do you want to go conservative? I think that was the question, right?
Are also going to Reform because they're angry with their traditional party, and then people who don't want to have anything to do with it vote Liberal Democrat.
That's a good summary. Well, I guess one of the things I'm curious about is why the Liberal Democrats are so invisible. I mean, they get no coverage at all on the international side, for example. Like, really none.
They are not on Twitter, but they are in local communities. And what you will tend to get, a typical Liberal Democrat will be somebody who is good at fixing their church roof. And, the people in the community like them. Oh, you fixed the church roof. You should be a member of parliament. And they want to be nice. And then they get there, but actually they've got lots of very silly and foolish ideas, along with, being able to fundraise for a local community. And then they have bad views on national security, for example. They don't want us to keep maybe a nuclear deterrent. They have silly ideas about education. They're always, they don't want people to go to prison. They want prisons closed down. Let's just have restorative justice. People being nice. And if you're not paying attention, you will think that's good. Well, these are nice people. We should vote for them. But actually, they will destroy the whole country if you let them at it.
Are they
So
distinguishable?
they are known in.
Are they distinguishable ideologically from the Labour Party?
No, the Liberal Democrats are basically trying to be nicer Labour. They have what I would say is that they have more of a rural base. So the Labour Party is very urban. It's very sort of towns and cities. You will find Liberal Democrats in a lot of rural constituencies because they talk about the environment, something that we care about as well, but they talk about it in a way that resonates with people who want to maintain things as they are. So Liberal Democrats don't like building anything. They want everything to stay as it is, which in itself appeals to a certain kind of conservative, I don't want anything to change, and they will block any kind of thing being developed. And what is interesting is that as politics becomes more volatile, as we have more social media and people retreat into echo chambers of agreement, we're seeing a lot more fragmentation across the board. If this was a country where you had proportional representation, it would probably come out in the wash, but we don't. So you will have a party like Labour, which has won a landslide majority on 34% of the vote. That is a scandal. And unfortunately,
34% of the vote. Fucking, that's fucking, that's unheard of, 34% believe in the government. That's out of all the people that voted, by the way, half of the people don't even vote. Like, more than half, probably. This is a democracy. They don't tell you all that. They don't tell you the numbers of how many people didn't vote,
Fortunately, a lot of the people who would have been in the Labour movement that I would have respected because they were culturally conservative, and so we would have something to agree on there, aren't there anymore. So instead we have a Prime Minister who, when the Black Lives Matter protest happened, he took the knee right in this room, actually. He took the knee in this room, and I sat there thinking, what on earth is this man doing? This is completely ludicrous. But people who will pander to whatever is going on because they don't have...
34%. I mean, like 34% is a landslide, Like, it's like more. It's a little bit more than a third of the population. Well, it's a little bit more than a third of everybody that voted that won the election. I mean, no. I mean, yeah. Apparently that's unheard of, Like, that's what she said, It's unheard of. Like, what were the rest of the votes, Like, was it fucking 30, fucking 34 to 30, and then fucking 29, and then rest, fucking, it was Green Party or something, Unheard of, like, fucking, that were a close one, that. Jesus Christ. Fuck me. Let's vote for this government, 34%. That's a lot of people, out of all the people that voted, Fucking, there's like 2/3 of people that voted for something else. Fucking unheard of, unheard of.
They're not rooted in anything serious. They are detached from reality, and they don't know what is real and what isn't real. And we are the only party that is real.
34% unheard of. Oh my god, great fucking result. you're real, you know. You're real, you know. Like that makes you real, you know. 34%, 34%, 34%. That makes you real. Oh, we did it. 34%. Jesus Christ. I mean, maybe if you're like close to 50%, you know, I might give you a blue Peter badge for that. But 34%, come on, bro. You're not even you're basically a third, you know. You're a bit over a third, you know. I'll give you that. You're a bit over the third. It's quite impressive to be a bit over the third in English society. Like, I'll give you that. You know, you're a bit over a third. It probably is unheard of, you know. It probably is unheard of, but you know, that's because fucking most of the people don't vote, and the people that do vote are all fucking idiots anyway. So, like, you know, well done, you did it. 34%.
Which means that we're often pragmatic in a way that annoys people, and we don't communicate the pragmatism well enough. And that's what I'm trying to do now. We have new leadership. We're going to be honest. We're going to tell the truth to the public.
Like, all you've done, all this fucking thing, is talk bullshit. Like, tell the truth to the public. In fact, let's see if we can, like,
A way that annoys people, and
pause.
we don't communicate the pragmatism.
Pragmatism looks away, lies,
well enough.
looks that way, and then looks back to the front for a new point.
And that's what I'm trying to do now.
Looks away. That's what I'm trying to do now. Looks away. Lies.
We have new leadership. We're going to be honest. We're going to tell
Looks
the
away,
truth
looks
to the
away.
public, even when it's difficult. People
Looks
like to
away,
tell the
looks
public
away.
what they want to
Looks
hear
away.
rather than what's really happening.
Looks
And I have
away.
said that the Conservative Party is not going to
Looks
do
away.
that. People must know the truth.
Looks away.
Okay, so let's delve in a little bit into the fragmentation of the right, broadly speaking, in the UK. It's analogous to something that happened in Canada, because our Conservative Party.
It's full of shit. Like, I don't know why I can tell when people are lying. I don't know why. You know, I mean, you know, it's just body language. But you know, she did look away a lot. Every time she said tell the truth, she looked away. And it's either that she's nervous or she's a bullshitter, in my opinion. You talk about things you don't understand so confidently, Joe. That's a skill. Well done. Why don't you go into politics? Well, I've told you, you know. I want to be involved in politics. Vote for JoeKingAudits, King of the World. I'll fucking sort the world out.
Split about 20 years ago into Reform and Conservative before reuniting eventually. And I know that the inspiration for the Reform Party in the UK actually, strangely enough, came from Western Canada and the Reform Party.
I don't need to know anything about politics to like understand what people are talking about, you know, as well. Like, I can understand what people are saying, you know, the words that they fucking produce out of their mouths, and I can come up with my own conclusions without even knowing anything about politics. I don't need to know about politics to fucking know about what people are saying, you know. I can understand words.
But I want to, if you don't mind, I'm going to speak in some ways on behalf of the Reform Party and let you respond to that, if you would. Well, when I look at the situation in the UK, and it's analogous to the situation in Canada, by the way, and the US, because the same things are happening all across the West. I look at what happened with the Conservatives, who you now head, and I think two things fundamentally. The first thing I think is, what the hell were you thinking with regards to net zero? because I can't imagine a set of policies simultaneously less conservative, more destructive, more woke, more elitist, more globalist than the net zero policies, which, by the way, the presumptive new leader of the Liberal Party in Canada, Mark Carney, is a net zero advocate of the highest order, and a man who's,
He used to be the head of the Bank of England.
Yes, exactly, and he's not
So
a
now
follower
you
of the,
know.
yes, exactly. He's not a follower of the WEF like Justin Trudeau was. He's a leader. And in any case, the net zero debacle has left England, left the UK, deindustrializing like Germany, which is a complete bloody catastrophe, because it's a terrible thing to see Europe falter and disintegrate, and it's a real danger. It's left you guys with unconscionably high energy prices. You won't frack, even though you could, and produce another economic boom. I mean, and Trump just announced drill, baby, drill, and the Americans have been pursuing fracking technology like madmen. And that was the basis of the economy of the province that I grew up in Canada. By the way, we've been fracking there for like 60 years. It's a very long time. And so there's the net zero debacle, and then there's the weakness, I would say.
We've been fracking, you know. We haven't been fracking, but it creates uncertainty with the public because of protesters and, you know, fucking, like woke people, you know, like, oh my god, fracking, bad for the environment, you know, oh shit, you know. I mean, same with coal power plants, you know, same with fucking coal, you know, it's, like, we're only because of fucking European Union that we stopped the coal power plants. In England. And, you know, only because of the European Union why we have to be net zero, you know, we have to get rid of CO2. And yet we're still fucking doing it to this day. Even though we're out of fucking European Union now. You know, the damage has been done. Like the protesters, the fucking, what are they called? Them fucking knobheads, you know, ecological fucking ideological fucking knobheads. You know, they won't even let us fucking do coal power plants or fucking fracking or any of that anymore, you know. Won't even let us build a nuclear power plant, for fuck's sake.
On the conservative side, in the face of this pathological woke ideology, especially with regards to gender and gender identity, and then to top it all off, there's the immigration debacle. And so, two things, you know, how do you account for that emerging within the Conservative Party? What are you going to do about it? And how do you distinguish, like, how do you attract, once again, truly conservative voters who are, as you said, annoyed and irritated and have drifted off into the clutches of the Reform Party?
So I think that we should start by stating what my position is. So I am not a climate change skeptic, but I am very much a net zero skeptic.
By what she means by her position, she means her fucking government position is net zero.
And the reason why I am a net zero skeptic is because I saw how the legislation was put in place. I was a newish MP when it started. And if you look at how it happened, then you look at why it happened, the whole thing makes sense. So we have a minority government, we can't get any legislation through, and we need to, put some...
A minority government. What? You're all black? You know, like what? What do you mean by a minority government? I mean, nobody believes in your ideas. The people don't believe in your ideas. Like, what's a minority government? What does minority government mean? Seriously? Like, are they all black? What does minority government? You're all from minority background. Conservatives are all black. What the fuck? So you call it race card. The race card, you know, like fucking, we're a minority. That's why no one fucking believed what was there. It's all black. What the fuck's a minority government?
Thing that everybody can agree on. And on both sides of the House, left and right, environmentalism has supporters. There's the centre-right type of environmentalism and the centre-left. Net zero looks like a thing that everybody can agree on. And I remember asking in the debate, it was a 90-minute debate for this £1 trillion legislation. And I stood up, I was one of only 2 people who asked a skeptical question. I said, how are we going to pay for this? Where is the plan? And I was dismissively waved away by the minister at the time.
Because it's not, you know, you don't ask them questions in fucking parliament, you know. Like, it's not about, like, who's gonna pay for it, you know. Like, look at her face. She's like, oh, I was in parliament. I asked a question once upon a time. I was dismissed by the minister. I'm so proud of that. Like, but you like, that's not the question to ask, you know, like. The public pay for it. The public pay for it. You know? Simple as that. Whatever you need to get done, the public will pay for. That's the way fucking government works, you know. If the public agree with it, you know. Like, you know, like, it's ridiculous to fucking ask a question like that in Parliament, you know. Like, it's like going, who's paying my wages? You know. Like, I don't know, little lady, you know. Fucking black slaves, you know. Black slaves are paying your wages, you know, today. Like, I mean, what do you think, you know? It's obvious, isn't it, really? What are you on about? Of course your question got dismissed. And what was the question again? You asked a question about fucking what?
I was one of only 2 people who asked a skeptical question. I said, how are we going to pay for this? Where is the plan?
Pay for what? Pay for what? Where's the plan for what? Like, you didn't say what the plan is.
There's the centre right type of environmentalism and the centre left. Net zero looks like a thing that everybody can agree on. And I remember asking in the debate, it was a 90-minute debate for this £1 trillion legislation. And I stood up, I was one of only 2 people who asked a skeptical question. I said, how are we going to pay for this? Where is the plan? And I was...
What legislation? The £1 trillion legislation? The £1 trillion legislation? Who's going to pay for this? The public, obviously. Like, who do you think is going to pay for it? You're the government, bro. I'm not surprised they dismissed you. Like, who do you think is going to pay for it? Like, you are the government, bro. You're in the government. Like, where do you think your money comes from? You know, Elon Musk. Do you think you get your money from Elon Musk? You think you get your money from wars? You know, like, I mean, you do get some money from wars, but like, that's public fucking money. You know? All of it.
Dismissively waved away by the minister at the time, saying the plans will be forthcoming. That minister now works, you know, in the green industries, I'm told. And I think that the reason why this happened is because a lot of people are afraid of being attacked, of cancellation, of going against the grain. This was a way...
Well, you know, you can think what you want, love, but like, you asked a stupid question, in my opinion. Like, I told you, the plans will be oncoming, you know? The plans will be oncoming. You can argue the plans once the plans have been put in place. Well, you know, before they are put in place. You know, that's the point of the government.
For us to say we're showing global lead.
I bet she don't tell us a happy ending about all this, you know. I bet she don't tell us a happy ending about all this, you know, like she forgot to argue about it afterwards. You know.
There's this thing that a lot of politicians like to have.
It's like fucking, you know, you go, right, I've got an idea. Let's fucking make the world better. He's like, and then this fucking black woman comes in along and goes, where's the plans for this? Who's paying for that? You go, the plans are oncoming. And then you lay out all the plans to make the world better. And you go, here's the plans. And then she don't say no, you know, like next time. It's like, this is our parliament, by the way. You know, it always happens. You know, if you watch English Parliament, you can watch it online. It's all fucking free for everybody. You can even fucking do it on YouTube. You can scrutinise How's the Parliament on YouTube for free. You know, like, you don't need a BBC license. You don't need nothing. It's on YouTube, right? And BBC. But like, all they do is just argue at each other. They just like go, blah blah blah. Your plan's shit. You know, that's what she said. You know, where's the fucking plan? Where's the money coming from? Dismissed, you know, fucking shut up. Silly cunt. You know, like, if you say where's the money coming from, you know, you're gonna get dismissed. Like, I'd dismiss you. You know, you are dismissed. Little lady. Where's the money coming from? Where does your wages come from? You know? It's a fucking, you know, like, are you stupid? mean, what you mean is we can't afford £1 trillion worth of fucking zero net fucking. That's what you meant, you know. You meant we can't afford £1 trillion worth of fucking net zero climate change fucking, you know, like, that's what you meant. Not where's the money coming from, you know. Like, I know what you meant, but like the rest, you know, you can't say that in Parliament, you know. You've got to be fucking obvious. You've got to be literal with what you say in Parliament. Otherwise you're going to get fucked up. You're going to get dismissed. You know, where's the money coming from? Like, don't ever say that in Parliament, you know. Like, even I know that, and I'm not a politician. You know? Where's the money coming from? Like, you know, if the public knew where the money was coming from, the public, then they'd be a lot more pissed off than they are, you know. Apparently the public don't even know where the money comes from, you know. Like, they think fucking the government just invents money, you know. They don't, by the way. It all comes from your fucking pockets, by the way. You know, that's where the money comes from, you know. Like, this person, this government official don't even know where the money comes from, apparently, you know. That's what she said. Listen.
You know, in the green industries, I'm told. And I think that the reason why this happened is because a lot of people are afraid of being attacked, of cancellation, of going against centre-right type of environmentalism and the centre-left. Net zero looks like a thing that everybody can agree on. And I remember asking in the debate, it was a 90-minute debate for this £1 trillion legislation. And I stood up, I was one of only 2 people who asked a skeptical question. I said, how are we going to pay for this? Where is the plan? And I was dismissively waved away by the minister at the time, saying the plans will be forthcoming.
She said, how are we going to pay for this? How are we going to pay for this? Okay, I misquoted her.
That minister now works, you know, in the green industries, I'm told. And
how are we going to pay for this is a little bit different. I mean, you should have still asked a better question. You know? How are we going to pay for this? You know, like, the government actually believes that they have an infinite amount of money, you know, in England. I mean, we do, basically. We have so much money, it's unbelievable. Like, the only thing we have to do is just allocate the money to the right areas, and we can swap and change. We can defund the police, we can defund the ambulance, we can defund the NHS to fucking move money elsewhere, you know. I mean, we've been doing it for years, you know. How are we going to pay for this? I mean, you know, they'll fucking do it, you know. If that's, it doesn't really matter about how we need to pay for things. Like, the point is that the best for this, the culture, the England, is that the best for England, you know? Like, paying for shit is not a question, you know. That they are the government, you know. They get shit. They get the shit done that we need to get them. That we ask them to get done, you know. That's the fucking point of the government. Like, paying for shit, you know. Like, that's, you know, how we're gonna pay for this. Like, that's a question for after we've made the decision, you know. The decision is final, you know. We put someone in charge of the fucking planet, the government, England. You've got to get shit done. You got to fucking find the money, you know. You got to fucking do it. That's what we ask you to do. Get it done, you know. Like, there's no like, how we're gonna pay for this, you know. Like, you fucking cross that bridge when you come to it, you know. You figure it out, because that's what we need you to get done, you know. We have, like, the net zero thing. That's because of the European Union. So I don't know why we're still fucking abiding by that, but, you know, like, apparently. You know, like, a lot of people are fucking climate change tinfoil hat people. So, you know, like, whatever. You know what's funny, right? These climate change people that want to fucking, you know, like, oh, we're ruining the atmosphere, you know, oh, climate change, poor climate change, melting the ice caps, the penguins aren't going to survive. You know, these fucking people in England, they'll buy mobile phones from China, which is one of the biggest CO2 emission place on the planet, you know. they don't fucking give a shit about CO2. They'll buy fucking Brazil nuts, you know, like, because they're vegans as well, you know. They'll be like, oh yeah, I need my nuts, bro. Literally fucking ploughing down rainforests to create Brazil nut fucking trees. I don't think you can fucking. I think they take like 100 years to build Brazil nuts and, you know, other things, but, you know, like, fucking, you know, it's hypocrisy, you know, it's hypocrisy. Well, it's okay. I don't eat Brazil nuts anyway, so I'm fine.
Against the grain. This was a way for us to say we're showing global leadership. There's this thing that a lot of politicians like to have, you know, walking on stage. I'm at these conferences, global leadership. We signed this thing. We were the first to do it, and I think that that's how we ended up there.
And
And
what
we
year
had
was
some
that?
other. That's 2019. I think it's middle of 2019.
Okay.
So I've been an MP for 2 years, and I'm already seeing quite a lot of what I call bad science, bad faith arguments to deal with climate change. And I know that conservatives love the environment. You know, of course, that's what we want to conserve, amongst other things. We want to keep things as they are. We want to leave a next generation inheritance. Let's give something to our children. So there's fertile soil here. But the net zero idea is bad because there is no plan. It's just an announcement. So we say we're going to do this thing, and then we start working it out later. This is one of the things that I want to stop. Conservative parties under new leadership, we're not just...
Okay, that's exactly what I said. At least she's fucking... addressing that problem, you know.
It's going to say things and figure it out later. We will figure it out, and then when we know how to do it, we can say it. But the why it happened...
That's exactly the same as any other government, you know. Like, you're just going to do the same shit as the other government, you know. Like, you know, there is nothing. I mean, there is nothing you can do about net zero, you know. There's nothing you can do about it, you know. I mean, what are you going to do, you know? We've got rid of all the coal power plants. You know, what are you going to do? Start getting rid of crisp fucking factories. Like, let's get rid of fucking trucks, you know. Let's get rid of boats. You know, like, they all run on fucking petrol, diesel, you know. Like, let's get rid of cows farting, you know. There's nothing you can do about it. Just like, why do you think you can, like, what are you gonna do? Get rid of fucking cows, you know? Like, let's make cows extinct. Let's make breathing extinct, you know. CO2, you breathe too much, you know. How, and you're gonna import a lot of people in New England as well. You're gonna import more people that fart and fucking shit and bloody breathe. You know, like, you know, fucking all that CO2. So we go against your fucking CO2 policies. Impossible. Like human beings and like cows and shit are nothing. Like in the big scheme of things, but you know, it adds up. It adds up. If they could get rid of you, you know, they would do. Probably. Which is just insane, you know. Because of CO2.
That fear of cancellation, fear of going against the grain is a more fundamental problem. People are so afraid of challenging bad orthodoxies. There is a terror of being heterodox, and I think that I am, on one level, an outlier.
What the fuck's heterodox?
You know how you describe yourself as being extreme on this? Well, for me, it is an outlier when it comes to telling the truth and challenging orthodoxies, that nothing will stop me from saying it. And a lot of people think that I'm very combative. If you look at almost every single argument I have had where people have said that, it was because somebody was lying or being inaccurate, and I hate that. We have to tell the truth. And you've gone through this thing where you say something and a lot of people agree with you, but they're all afraid of speaking out. People are afraid of being labeled. They're afraid of being called climate change skeptics. They're not able to speak up for themselves, and so they stay quiet, and that's how it happens. It's all part of the proliferation of identity politics, which goes well beyond race and religion and so on. It's even the identity of ideas. We are environmentalists, so this is what we believe in. You've got to do all these tick boxes. And with no one challenging, or those few people who are challenged, labeled as climate change deniers, I should say, they're not worried about being called skeptics. They're worried about being called climate change deniers and being ostracized. So they stay with the herd. What's everybody saying? Or I want to be with that crowd. And you add on top of that the diminishing of free speech, and you suddenly get a place where people are afraid to point out what's going wrong. And that's how we ended up with net zero. And throughout my time...
What? How is that why we ended up at net zero. What, because everybody's been scared of saying, like, that they don't believe in climate change. Like, everybody don't believe in climate change. I mean, climate change was a con from the start, you know. We all know that, don't we? Or is it just me? Like, I mean, you know, maybe it's just me. I mean, there's a lot of protesters that fucking advocate for climate change. Like, climate change, global warming. Global warming is a scam. Sorry. Global warming is a scam. You know, they changed it to climate change. And then they changed it to something else. Can't remember what they call it now. Zero CO2 emissions. You know? Because, like, there's no, like, I breathe CO2, so, you know, I can't fucking change that. And everything breathes CO2, so you can't really change that, you know. And you need your mobile phones, that creates CO2. You need your bottles of beer, so that creates CO2. So, like, if you're complicit in that climate change, which is what the government wants you to believe, then you're going to get on board with the new plan, which is it's not your fault with the climate change, we need to get to zero emissions, you know. You know, they keep changing the word, they keep changing the designation of climate change, so it makes you feel better about yourself, because I don't know why, to be honest. I don't actually know why. I don't know why they keep changing the word, but, you know, apparently people are happy about calling it climate change because everything you do creates climate change, you know. You buy a mobile phone, climate change. From China, climate change. You buy fucking concrete from climate change, you know. we ship fucking more concrete than we create in England from China, like fucking 100% more, you know, like 99% more. We literally transport all the concrete from China. That's a lot of concrete, you know. Boats run on diesel. You know, and it's our fault, you know. It's your fault, but, you know, it's not your fault. All we need to do is just get rid of all the other shit, and then we can carry on fucking bringing in the concrete from China. You know? That's the idea, you know. Like, if you just get rid of all the other shit, if you stop breathing, you know, if you all stop breathing, you know, then we can keep fucking bringing in the concrete from China, because we'll have zero emissions. We'll be like net zero then, you know, because we'll be pumping out more oxygen than we are using carbon dioxide. That's the plan, you know. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking stupid, you know. It was created by the European Union, and we're out of Brexit, you know. We're out of fucking European Union right now, but we're still fucking carrying on with it like dickheads. You know, because we can't fucking survive without China. You can't survive without China, so we have to keep carrying on with it, because you won't survive without your fucking mobile phones. We can't survive without concrete. You know, there's many things we get from China. You know, like rare earth minerals, fucking computer shit. You know, like all that needs to be transported from China. You know how far China is away from England? It's pretty far, you know. It's pretty fucking far. Like, you know, so we have to make sacrifices. No coal power plants, no fucking breathing, no cows farting, you know, like it's just not allowed.
As a minister, I was constantly challenging it, saying no to things. I got some of the laws we had scaled back, but one person cannot change everything unless they are the leader and unless they are the prime minister. It all starts from the top.
Okay.
How's
So,
that? Does that explain it?
Well, I want to delve into that some more, because it's a huge catastrophe, and let me reflect your argument back to you, and then we'll elaborate on it a little bit, and I'm going to push things a little bit farther. So you pointed to two causal factors, two primary causal factors, three really. One was that the conservative government believed that the environmental movement was a place where cross-party cooperation could be had, and that I imagine too the conservatives believed that taking a pro-environmental stance, especially in relationship to climate change, might broaden the appeal of the Conservative Party outside of its standard realm of acceptability. Okay, so there's...
And that's not a bad thing to want.
Yep, fair enough. I'm trying to give the devil his due here, you know. And then the next thing you said, which is much more unforgivable, I would say, not because you said it, but because it exists, is the desire of preening narcissistic politicians to rise above even their national prominence and strut about the international stage as undeserving planetary saviors. And that's a form of narcissism that's, I mean, Jesus, really, if being prime minister isn't enough for you, now you have to make your name on the international stage. It's like, is there any limits whatsoever to your hubris? And the answer to that is no. When someone like Justin Trudeau is an absolutely stellar example of exactly that pathology. And I think it was Keir Starmer himself who said, if I remember correctly, that Westminster in some ways was beneath him, that the real action was at places like Davos, you know, they have the highest quality call girls there, for example, which is one of the indications of just how stellar an organization it is, right? And so there's that hubris, and that's really not good. Like, it's seriously not good. And then that's allied with this fear of cancellation. Now, that fear of cancellation is actually real. You know, I mean, one of the reasons that my license as a clinical psychologist is under assault in Canada, this is the literal truth. One of the reasons is
Keir Starmer said fucking what? Keir Starmer said what? There's no power. The power's within Davos, you know. No power in the fucking government. The power's in Davos, you know. Well, he can fuck off, you know. Fuck you, Keir Starmer. You know, if he said that, you know, like, you know, I believe Jordan Peterson, like, over fucking Keir Starmer. Would you believe this guy over Keir Starmer? That's all you need to know, you know. I don't know. I don't have his fucking transcripts, you know. Please show me where I said that, you know. Like, fucking, like, get me a fucking video of
that somebody who wasn't even a Canadian submitted the entire transcript of a conversation I had with Joe Rogan to my licensing board, and I was complaining about climate change policy, pointing out that we're stacking unbelievably unstable economic models that purport to project out 100 years, which is completely preposterous, on top of climate models.
Yep. I've been saying this for fucking like 10 years, you know, like fucking 20 years. I've been saying this for 10 years. They've got fucking 100-year contracts, 50-year contracts in the government. They've got 50-year contracts under Blair, you know, like back in there when I was a kid. 50-year contracts with like wind farms and shit. It's like, and they're not even fucking making no money. They're not even, like, we're just spending more money on more wind farms, and like it's not making any money. It's making energy prices more expensive. If anything, it's a failure, and we still keep doing it. It's incompetency. It's just like, it's ridiculous. Like fucking renewable energy, like it's costing us money. It's been costing us money since they fucking decided that climate's a problem, you know. Climate change is a problem. It's costing us money. Like, it's costing the taxpayers money. That's why the energy prices are going up. Not because fucking energy is getting more inefficient or fucking more expensive, you know. It's because they've fucking decided that CO2 is a problem, and fucking you've got to pay for it, you know. So it's pumping up all your energy prices up. Like, and all they do is they keep pumping money into renewable energy that's not like making energy prices cheaper. It's like you're paying for wind farms that don't work. That's what's happening, you know. You're paying for wind farms that don't work, renewable energy that doesn't work. That's why they built a load of nuclear power plants, to offset the fucking wind farms. Because nuclear power plants, you know, like, can fucking work for it forever, you know, like fucking 1,000 years probably, you know. Like nuclear power plants gonna like work for hundreds of years probably. But you know, if you maintain them. But like, and the money that we can make from that just offsets the wind farms. But you keep paying for these wind farms on top of the nuclear power plants as well, and then they just keep putting the energy prices up, and they go, well, we've created a nuclear power plant now, so you've got to pay fucking more money. And it's like, no, it don't work like that, you know. The wind farms are supposed to be fucking making energy prices cheaper, you know. Like, it's renewable energy. No, it doesn't do that, you know. You just keep creating more wind turbines that just like fucking litter the place in England with wind turbines that don't work most of the time. And other things, you know, like, and other things. Like, we need Doge to fucking come in and fucking audit the government. In fact, I'll do it, you know. Can I audit the government? Like, just vote for JoeKingAudits to audit the government. I will audit the government. I'll look at all their fucking, you know, is anybody an accountant? You know, I'm not really good at numbers. Like, I can do the numbers, but you know, it'll take me years. Like, somebody just come in, you know. I've got any intelligent people. Like, I've got any fucking accountants or something, you know, like somebody that can do numbers. You know, like, I'll show you all paperwork. I'll fucking audit the government. I'll get you all paperwork, and you audit the government and go, is this fucking, do the books fucking work out, you know? Like, that's all you have to do, you know. Just fucking look at the numbers. Just look at the numbers. Wind farms. Let's have a look at the wind farms, you know. Is it fucking creating any fucking money? Is it costing us money? Like, just stop doing it then. just stop fucking doing it. Just fucking stop the contract, you know. It's not fucking working, is it? You know, we've been doing it since Tony Blair's time, you know. Just stop doing it, you know. Build another nuclear power plant, you know. I don't care. Do whatever it takes. Just stop fucking costing us money, government, you know. Like, it's not rocket science, you know. We haven't even been to space yet, you know. Our government don't have a space program anymore. Like, where's all the fucking money gone? Where's all the fucking money gone? We had loads of money. We used to be sending rockets to space and shit. Satellites to space. Where's all fucking England's money gone? What are they wasting it all on? Fucking job centre. Security guards. That does COVID fucking, you know, what are they wasting money on? Like, they've got to be wasting money somewhere. They've got to be corrupt. Like, I mean, it's just obvious. You know, like, there's got to be corruption. Like, if we just audit the government, we can fucking actually create so much more money, you know? Like, all we need to do, you know, they built the universal credit system to stop corruption in the government. That's why they built the universal credit system. You know, it's actually costing us more money than it ever did. But, you know, that's because of immigration, probably. I don't know. I don't know. But, you know, that's why we need to audit it, you know, because it's actually costing us more money. It costs us more money to fucking create that universal credit system in the first place. And then it's costing us more money to even pay for the universal credit system. But, you know, like, it seems more efficient to me, you know. It's not actually that efficient, to be honest, because, like, I ring up job centre and go, what's happened to our fucking carers allowance? And they go, oh, you need to talk to the carers allowance department. Okay. So they've got somebody in charge of all universal credit, all your money. And then you talk to them and you go, oh, just go to a different department. So, like, the universal credit system's not working because it's not all one system, you know. It's like, it's still fucking, like, the job centre's a different system, you know. Ring up fucking universal credit. Hello, universal credit. I'd like to talk about getting a job. They go, oh, you need to talk to the job centre's department. What the fuck? You know, can I get a fucking loan? You know, oh, you need to talk to the loan department. You know, like, oh, fucking. I'll put you through. Boop. On hold for another half an hour. You know. It's exactly the same as the last system, but it's called universal credit, you know. Not what's changed. It's still fucking corrupt. It's still fucking corrupt. And they're literally ripping off people that need benefits from their benefits. Like, they've done it to me, you know. I've been ripped off more than anybody. I'm still getting ripped off to this day. You expect me to pay council tax for a house that I don't even live at? You know? And fucking universal credit is like, oh, you know, the court said you owe that money, you know, like, we can't do anything about it. I'm like, who do I argue? I don't know. You know, who do I argue about that? I don't know. You know, like, you know, courts maybe. I don't know. You can't really argue it, you know, it's fucking gone through courts. And I'm like, oh, right. Cool. I'll just be part for the rest of my life, it's fine. Free nuclear toxic energy. Horrible energy. Well, what would you rather have? Wind farms everywhere? Like, how many wind farms do you think it takes for one nuclear power plant? Baz. How many wind farms do you think it would fucking take to, like, have all the energy from one nuclear power plant? Like, I've played SimCity. I know these fucking numbers. I don't know in real life, but you know, like I know about SimCity. Pay for Barry to go to Mars and back. The Barry show is going through some major changes. Talk to Barry. Same Barry time, same Barry channel. How many? One. If you don't answer the question, you're getting banned. How many wind farms do you think it'll take? Like, I don't know, but I just want you to think of a number. Think of a number between 10,000, 100,000, no, one and 100,000. Come up with a number of how many wind farms you need to place. You know, maybe more, maybe 500,000. You know, 1 in 500,000. I don't really know. What's a wind farm? A wind farm, you know, a wind farm. Fucking, you know, one of them fucking wind turbines, you know. Windmill, you know, a windmill. A wind farm. You don't know what a wind farm is? A wind farm. 3. Yeah, that'll do it. Right, you're getting banned, you know. You're getting banned. Give me a better number than that. Go on. Give me a better number. 3 wind farms will fucking create a nuclear power plant. Can create more energy than a nuclear power plant. Like, if you have 3 wind farms on top of your roof, is that going to create more fucking, like, proper, you know, proper fucking technologically advanced wind farms on top of your roof? That's going to create more electricity than one nuclear power plant. Like, come on, you know, get serious. How many? 300,000? Is that what you meant? 300,000? You just couldn't be asked typing zeros because you're lazy bones. I mean, yeah, probably more than that, you know. Probably 1 million. You know? It's a lot, you know. I mean, we can Google it. Should we Google it? Should we Google it? Like fucking ChatGPT will tell me. How many wind farms would it take to produce the same electricity of a nuclear power plant? 800. Multiply these energy sources' maximum capacities by their capacity factors and you'll find that it would take almost 800 average-sized wind turbines to match the output from a 900 megawatt nuclear reactor. 800. There you go. That's actually not that bad, to be honest. I expected it to be more than that. Thank you, Chat GPT. How many barrels does it take to make 4 Joes? One. If you give birth to 4 male, well, you could call them Joannes, I suppose. So, you know, just 4 kids, just one Barry, and you could have 4 Joes. You could have 4 great JoeKingAudits, easily, just with one Barry.
Models that are really no more stable than the economic models, and that all of that is preposterous. And that was enough, as far as my governing board was concerned, to make me unfit to be a Clinton.
No, I'm not having sex with you. I'm not Barry, you know, I'm Joe. So, like, you can have sex with other Barrys if you want, but, you know, I'm not a Barry, so I'm not having sex with you.
Psychologist, and that's been a real problem.
Plus, you don't even have a womb, Barry, so you can't even give birth. So there won't actually be our children if I did have sex with you. So, like, you know, like, how's that gonna work? And I don't have a womb either, you know, because I'm Joe. You are Barry, Bruce. That's beyond doubt. Yeah, but who's got the womb, you know? I mean, even if I was Barry and you had sex, 2 Barrys made 4 Joes, like, who's got the womb? Like, where's the genetics gonna come from? Have you got a vagina? Have you got a vagina, Barry? Is that what it is? I'm not gay. I'm not gay. Sorry. Alright. Well, what the fuck are you on about then? Like, you're gonna get banned by the end of this conversation.
It scared the hell out of psychologists.
Well, I have a band or fucking
and professionals all across Canada, including MDs.
That is extraordinary. That should not be happening. That should not be happening.
It's 100% happening, and the reason that I'm bringing it up is to point out that that fear is of something real. That doesn't mean it's justifiable, but
Barrett, you got big hairy prison wallet, son, not me. Big hairy prison wallet, son. Right, my wallet's here. I don't know if you can see that. Dr. Martens. I've got a Dr. Martens wallet. The zip's broke. It's a pretty good wallet. Like, if you got all else to say it now, because you're gonna get banned. Because I need to get rid of your messages because you talk shit. So, like, last comment, make it count.
but it is of something real. Now,
and it's why I don't point fingers and blame. I just say this is what we need to
make me unfit to be a clinical psychologist, and that's been a real problem. It scared the hell out of economic models that purport to project out 100 years, which is completely preposterous, on top of climate models that are really no more stable than the economic models. And that all of that is preposterous. And that was enough, as far as my governing board was concerned, to make me unfit to be a clinical psychologist. And that's been a real problem. It scared the hell out of psychologists and professionals all across Canada, including him.
What, because you're a climate change skeptic?
It's completely preposterous, on top of climate models that are really no more stable than the economic models. And that all of that is preposterous. And that was enough, as far as my governing board was concerned, to make me unfit to be a clinical psychologist. And that's been a
I need to listen to all this. I need to listen to all that again.
Standard that the environmental movement was a place where cross-party cooperation could be had, and that I imagine too the Conservatives
I had to change my name to Peter because you said there's no Peters in Tasmania. Generas. Bazza getting hard over some bald man on TV. He's not bald, he's just receding. Right, goodbye. That would be your last comment. Well done. See you later.
believe that taking a pro-environmental stance, especially in relationship to climate change, might broaden the appeal of the Conservative Party outside of its standard, what would you say, standard realm of acceptability. Okay, so there's...
And that's not a bad thing to want.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I'm trying to give the devil his due here, you know. And then the next thing you said, which is much more unforgivable, I would say, not because you said it, but because it exists, is the desire of preening narcissistic politicians to rise above even their national prominence and strut about the international stage as undeserving planetary saviors. And that's a form of narcissism that's, I mean, Jesus, really, if being prime minister isn't enough for you, now you have to make your name on the international stage. It's like, is there any limits whatsoever to your hubris? And the answer to that is no. When someone like Justin Trudeau is an absolutely stellar example of exactly that pathology. And I think it was Keir Starmer himself who said, if I remember correctly, that Westminster in some ways was beneath him, that the real action was at places like Davos, you know, with they have the highest quality call girls there, for example, which is one of the indications of just how stellar an organization it is, right? And so there's that hubris, and that's really.
I don't think he said anything about call girls, but you know, like maybe. I mean, that looks like that makes you look like a dickhead, you know. Like, I mean, if you're gonna go to Davos, because you're Keir Starmer, you know, you're fucking Prime Minister of England, just for, well, and you say there's no power in England, you know, but Davos, you know, there's power over there, then I don't even know what Davos is, to be honest. I don't even know what Davos is. Like, I know it's some sort of convention, like fucking where all the countries go.
Not good. Like, it's seriously not good. And then that's allied with this fear of
I don't think I've ever watched a Davos meeting. Maybe I should watch a Davos meeting.
cancellation. Now, that fear of cancellation is actually real. You know, I mean, one of the reasons that my license as a clinical psychologist is under assault in Canada, this is the literal truth. One of the reasons is that somebody who wasn't even a Canadian submitted the entire transcript of a conversation I had with Joe Rogan to my licensing board, and I was complaining about climate change policy, pointing out that we're stacking Now, that fear of cancellation is actually real. You know, I mean, one of the reasons that
Why has he made it all about him all of a sudden? Like, I like Jordan Peterson, but you know, why has he made it all about him? Like, is there a point? I mean, like, he's talking about climate change. I think he got cancelled for climate change. He got fucking cancelled from the board, from being a professor at where he used to work because of climate change. It wasn't because of, I thought it was because of woke culture of some sort, you know, like fucking. It wouldn't like. Yeah, I mean, no, it got cancelled from something else. Maybe.
license as a clinical psychologist is.
As a clinical psychologist. Okay. So you didn't get cancelled from a clinical psychologist because you got sacked from being a professor. I've always wondered about this shit, you know. Like it's been getting sued for this shit, you know. It's been suing people for this shit. Apparently, you know, he lost, so because he's not a professor there anymore. I mean, you won't want to be a professor there anymore, and you also wouldn't want to be a clinical psychologist if they're gonna fucking treat you like that, you know. But maybe you know, maybe he did want to be a clinical psychologist, and he just lost in court because of what he's gonna say right now.
Under assault in Canada. This is the literal truth. One of the reasons is that somebody who wasn't even a Canadian submitted the entire transcript of a conversation I had with Joe Rogan to my licensing board, and I was complaining about climate change policy, pointing out that we're stacking unbelievably unstable economic models that purport to project out 100 years, which is completely preposterous, on top of climate models that are really no more stable than the economic models. And that all of that is preposterous. And that was enough as far as my governing board was concerned to make me unfit to be a clinical psychologist. And that's been a real problem. It scared the hell out of psychologists and professionals all across.
Like, why did you submit the whole transcripts of Joe Rogan's show to like to benefit yourself though? Like, surely they can get the evidence, you know. Like you like, I mean, it's Canada, to be honest. Maybe it's different in Canada. Maybe you're guilty before. I mean, he's not guilty of a crime, you know. It's just like off the board of being a psychologist because of climate change. Like, what the fuck? psychology is quite a fucking weird job, you know. It's a bless you, fool. Was a clinical psychologist called you Barry. Diagnosed, certified Barry. No. Well, I'm not having no more shit. You know, like. You know, just behave yourself. Otherwise. Go bye-bye.
Across Canada, including
That is
MDs.
extraordinary. That should not be happening. That should
Well,
not be happening.
it's 100% happening, and the reason that I'm bringing it up is to point out.
I mean, that's Canada, you know. Like, it won't happen in England.
That fear is of something real. That doesn't mean it's justifiable, but it is of something real. Now,
And it's why I don't point fingers and blame. I just say this is what we need to do. And you know, I love the Reagan slogan of never speak ill of a fellow conservative. There's just no time for that. People just need to know there's a new leader. She does things differently. But one of the other things that I think is such a scam is that people don't know what other countries are doing. We are, as you say, basically exporting our carbon emissions to countries that are opening up new coal-fired plants every week. It's just not serious. It's this complacency and an assumption that everything is going to be all right, and we are losing resilience. And one of the things that I tried to do was sort of save a couple of our steel plants, maybe let them turn into electric arc furnaces. But we need to be able to do these things. You need national resilience, and you need people who understand the system, who can make sure that they don't use all these legalistic frameworks, whether it's on cancellation, judicial review, etc., to unwind it all. And when you have a party that can see how to do things, and another party that says what it wants to do but doesn't know how to do things, and it starts to do better, we're in a tricky situation, because you need to tell people the truth. And when you and what I have at the moment are parties on either side who are telling people exactly what they want to hear, one way or another, on the left and on the right. And I have seen the inside, and I just think that we need to get.
What's the truth? Like, we have to fucking get to zero emissions. Like, we can't have no coal power plants. We can't have no steel mills. Apparently, you know, like you gotta fucking go to electric steel mills. Like, what are you on about? Just zip it. Shut the fuck up.
Real very quickly. We need to get serious and stop messing around.
okay, so let's talk about that seriousness, because this is obviously, with Trump pulling out of the Paris Accords as well. This is about to become. There's renewed seriousness in this regard. So, I'm a scientist. I've published 100 scientific papers, and I'm not a climate scientist, but I can read research, and I'm pretty good at striking to the core of the topic at hand. And so I've spent a lot of time reviewing the carbon debate, and this is what it looks like to me. And I'd like your opinion about this. The first thing that I think is incontrovertible is that carbon dioxide levels are at a historic low.
She's not gonna fucking respond to this question, I guarantee you.
Oh, when calculated over a 500 million year period. That's a very long time, 500 million years. And we're low enough so that Patrick Moore, who was one of the people who founded Greenpeace, believed that had we not started burning fossil fuels and cranking up carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere, that plants would have started to die en masse within 100 or 200 years. So we're really at historic lows. Now, there is evidence that the planet has greened quite substantively in the last 20 years because of increased carbon dioxide levels. Whether that's human caused or not is not exactly fixed, but there's some possibility of it. But not only has the planet greened 20%, which is an immense amount, it is the cardinal piece of data on the carbon dioxide front, that greening. It's also greened most spectacularly in semi-arid and desert areas, because plants with more carbon dioxide can tolerate more arid conditions. And so the planet is greener and crop yields are up. And so as far as I can tell, and I'm going to push the envelope here, not only are the carbon dioxide fearmongers wrong, they're telling the opposite of the truth, is that it looks to me like there's some reason to believe that increased carbon dioxide is, I think, incontrovertibly a net good. And I can say that, you don't have to agree, and I don't even expect you to agree, but it's a topic that needs to be broached. And especially, and then let's add a couple of dimensions to that. So we have a situation in Australia, for example, where the Australians will sell coal to the Chinese, who are building these plants that you described at a rate that's just beyond comprehension. But they won't build coal plants in their own country, even though the air we breathe, as the environmentalists keep pointing out, is pretty much the same everywhere. And so we're deindustrializing Germany, we're deindustrializing the UK, we're deindustrializing Australia. Mark Carney, who wants to run Canada, thinks 85% of fossil fuels need to stay in the ground. And we're doing this.
Like, you know what's funny, right? If we had the same amount of CO2 in the atmosphere that the dinosaurs had when they were alive, we would be as big as dinosaurs. Like, we'd die, you know, we'd all die. We would all die, you know. Like, the human race would cease to exist if we had the same amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. Well, you know, we might survive, but we'd have to fucking make us own fucking oxygen, because there'd be a lack of oxygen. There'd literally be a lack of oxygen. Like, you would need bigger lungs. We don't have big enough lungs to have. You know, we'd have to be fucking the size of a dinosaur. We'd have to have lungs the size of a dinosaur to be able to survive. Like the CO2 levels of when the dinosaurs used to exist. Like, Jordan Peterson is talking about like a little bit of an increase, you know, like maybe we can survive, but you know, if it keeps going, you know, then eventually, like, the human race would have to evolve. Like, we won't be able to stay as tiny little humans, you know. We'd have to be fucking the size of giants. Like, if you increase CO2 levels to that level, you know, to the dinosaur levels, you know. There's history. There's fucking history.
Well, China's having an absolute bloody field day, and we're doing all of it to virtue signal at the international level and to protect us from cancellation.
This is what I mean by us not being serious, where you're not really solving the problem, you're just giving yourself a nice announcement or a nice headline. So there's certain things that I know. One is that the decisions we're making now, most of us will not be alive to see how it turns out. And it could be that we don't necessarily get the impact we want from net zero, even if we achieve net zero. So you need to make sure that you are doing other things as well. You're making the planet better. You're creating renewable energy sources, for example, so that if one day the fossil fuels do run out in 500 or 1,000 years or whenever it is, that we have built something that is in place. I think that there is a way to look at how we create that sort of future that is more sensible than what worries me as being a movement that is inspired by a lot of things that are actually just anti-human in and of themselves. That when I hear the rhetoric of a lot of people who talk about net zero, you know, the left-wing extremists, not just the traditional left, but the hardcore sort of climate extremists, it's like they don't like humanity itself, like they don't like people. They see us as being alien to the planet, and it should just be nature without people in them. And I'm particularly exercised by this because one of my younger cousins killed himself after going down an internet rabbit hole of anti-natalism and pro-mortalism, and started, he didn't become an environmentalist, but at least not that I know of, but he became someone who felt that human beings shouldn't be here. And why are we doing this to the planet? And I see a lot of that in, much of the rhetoric around the climate change extremists. And I don't like it. I don't like things that are anti-human. I don't like things that make people feel bad about themselves, whether it's that human beings shouldn't be on the planet, or, the identity politics of race and, white people are all evil or whatever. I don't like any of that stuff. And so I have a skepticism towards this movement and the outcomes I have seen. I was the Secretary of State for Industry and Business, and I saw our manufacturing closing down because people said the energy prices were too high. This is crazy. We have to stop it. And there I was fighting my own colleagues and saying we have to stop this. And they would say Paris Agreement, the Climate Change Act, the Labour brought in, we've got to do it, otherwise we're legally liable and so on. So we did not try to remove the framework of the left. We went along with it. For many understand.
Who's we? It always says we. What they're conservative by? Like, you're not even fucking, you want to be Prime Minister? How about you fucking say that, You say that. You say that. Not we. You. Like, it just seems like you're brainwashed. Just say me. I think that, Like, why can't people just fucking, like, we? Who's we? Like, why do you have to fucking put it on something? You if you want to be Prime Minister, fucking say you. I believe. I fucking want to do that,
Reasons, we didn't have the numbers for most of the time. Where we did have the numbers, we were dealing with COVID. But that time is past now. We need to talk about the future. What are we leaving for our children? A much better environment, I think, is important. And I don't think we will get it by just closing down all our industry and hoping that China looks after us. That is not serious. We have to be smarter than that.
Okay, so we're running out of time, which is really unfortunate because there's many other things that we didn't discuss that are necessary to discuss. Immigration, for example, the relationship between the Islamic world and the Western world, that's like a hot potato, to say the least. And we can't delve into those rabbit holes, but I would like to summarize, I think, why, because one of the questions I had that you obviously need to address is, why should people trust you, and why should they prefer you, let's say, to Nigel Farage on the reform side? And I'm going to summarize, I think, what you said about that, and then I'll ask you if you'll add to that. You said, for example, that you're in a unique position to evaluate the strengths of UK culture because you've benefited from it so indirectly and directly, and you're conscious of its value. And I compared you in that regard to Ayaan Hirsi Ali, which I think is a good comparison. And so, that's really worth thinking about, is that you have reason to be grateful for what UK culture has brought to the world, and you know what those reasons are. And so, that's a big deal. And then you said as well, and maybe we can make a bit more of this, that you were one of the people who had expressed skepticism and doubt about the rampage to $1 trillion expense on the net zero side. Now, interestingly enough, isn't it fascinating that we talked about the notion that it was fear of cancellation that would stop people from doing what you did, but the consequence for you, indirect though it may be, is that you're now the leader of the Conservative Party, which is, that wasn't exactly an obvious outcome, and yet it happened. And one of the things we haven't talked about, so let's close with this. Like, why in the world are you the leader? How the hell did that happen? And why do you think why is that a good thing? Why do you think you're a good leader? But also, why are you a leader that's good in comparison, let's say, as a choice if the choice is Nigel Farage and the Reform Party, why should people who feel that they've been burned by the Conservative Party trust you and the party now?
So why should they trust me? Because they can look at my record. When the net zero debate was happening, you can see me on the screen literally questioning it. So you can trust because of what I have done before. So it's asking people to look at what I did when I had the chance. And it is because every point where I had a fight, I was quite often fighting for other people. Tackling extreme gender ideology.
Like, now it's just I. You know? Now it's I. We'll go back to we in a second, probably.
This was something that took hold, the social contagion across the West. And I fought despite a lot of personal attacks, a lot of threats of cancellation, and I broke through. So I'm not going to hide and not tell people the truth. It is because I'm honest that they can trust me. But it is also because I like fixing things. I'm an engineer. I don't like seeing stuff that's broken and wondering who's coming by to deal with it. I like to deal with it. And I love this country. I love its institutions. I am a builder. I want us to build things. And the problem I have with other people on the right is that they're so angry, they want to destroy things. They don't have a plan for how to build things. They just say, well, we'll just do this and we'll tow boats back to France and we'll shoot the people who are coming there and then everything will be fine. You can't seriously think that that will work. These are people who've never been in the system. So I am a realist. I'm an honest realist. I know how to fix things. I have the experience, which, you were talking about the reform leader. He doesn't have that experience. He's more a media personality. He talks a lot. If we do not get Labour out because the right is split, we're going to have so much more of this. And we don't want a party that has never had to deal with these things in government before. There is a system that works. If you try and burn it down without knowing how to replace it, we'll be in trouble. And this is where my experience of other countries comes in. You look at the Arab Spring, for example. You look at revolutions across the world. This sort of rage, and we're going to have a revolution and we'll tear the establishment down, does not tend to end well. And this isn't saying that people have no right to be angry. Of course they have a right to be angry. I am furious about immigration. It's absolutely too high. There was a lot of carelessness. Who's coming into our country? The culture, the levels of integration are getting lower and lower. No one has a plan for integration. I'm going to work on one. That is what is different about me. If you just want someone who's going to be angry with you, then that's a totally different proposition. I'm not here to be angry with you. I feel your anger, but I am here to fix things. And that's the big difference between the two of us. Whether it's on net zero, whether it's on extreme ideology, whether it's on deregulation, whether it was fighting for women's rights, I am somebody who always makes sure that I speak on behalf of those who have no voice. That is what I see my job as. I do not understand this love of global summits and so on. I went to Davos as a Secretary of State. Ministers from all over the world tend to meet there because they're all there at the same time. And I can see why a lot of people are angry about it, because it looks like a closed room where decisions are being made. It's not really, it's more like a boring conference where people spend a lot of time preening, and I didn't enjoy it. But once you start seeing those things, you start to understand how people get influenced, how decisions are made. And I'm quite immune to a lot of that. And that is what I want to bring to the leadership of this country. And we've got 4 more years, at least, of Labour. By the time they have finished, there's going to be a big mess to fix. And you're going to want people who understand it and who get it to clean up that mess. You're not going to want people who will just start thinking about it and learning on the job. And that's the offer.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that I really learned about you today that's striking is that combination of engineering and legal education. Now, I've worked with a lot of engineers, well, and a lot of lawyers for that matter. But one of the...
She only said we once in that whole statement. It were all about her that time, which was better, you know. I prefer that, you know. I don't like it when she says we, you know, like pushing responsibility on like the rest of our party, you know, like if you want to be prime minister, you know, you gotta do shit, you know. It's not fucking, you know, like your fucking family, you know, like your fucking friends, you know, around you, you know. You gotta do something, you know. That's the point of being prime minister. Like, She only said we once in that last statement. In the other statement, she was saying we all the time, you know.
Things that's very interesting about engineers, two things. First of all, they tend to be pretty truthful.
She's never gonna
I
be
think
Prime
that's
Minister.
partly their autistic proclivity, let's say. They don't have the social skills to lie. But it's also the fact that they actually have to build things that work, and they have to build them from the bottom up. And so the engineers I've worked with are very painstaking and very detail oriented and less flashy and entrepreneurial than you might want if you want to be with someone truly exciting. But they do have to build systems that work, and if they make mistakes, the systems don't work. Right. And so the fact that you're an engineer by education and a lawyer, that's a really interesting combination, because
I'm not a lawyer. I went to law school.
sorry, that you went to law school. Right. That you have extensive legal training. Right. Okay. And so, all right. And so, well, I guess we could close. We're going to see each other at ARC, at the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship convention.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We'll get about 4,000 people there, and we're trying to outline a visionary, classic liberal, conservative policy set on the cultural side in particular. And so we'll have a chance to speak again.
And then we can talk about political Islam and how we manage to tackle those problems while having an integrated society. How we fix immigration, which has gone very wrong, and I have a plan. There's so much that we can dive into, but I think too many people have not done the foundational work, and they're just angry and they're just talking. We have a Labour government that is completely clueless, no plans. They've just accidentally found themselves where they are. But there's a way out, and I'm very optimistic about the future, especially for young people. And I think if I was to leave you with a thought, it is that I'm so in despair at how young people see the future. Because I remember when I was in my 20s, having that quarter-life crisis and wondering where my life was going. I never thought there was no opportunity. I just didn't know which way to go. And the young people today don't see that anymore. They don't go out, they're not drinking, they're not socializing the way they used to. They're becoming different, and that worries me about the future. And it also means that they are more susceptible to a lot of bad ideas.
More
both,
drinking.
what I call the woke left and the woke right. I've now started
Heard it
using
here
the word
first.
woke. I never used to before.
Word it from
There's
the
a woke
future
left and a woke
Prime
right,
Minister.
and they're going to those places.
More drinking.
I never thought there was no opportunity. I just didn't know which way to go. And
Listen.
the young people today don't see that anymore. They don't go out, they're not drinking, they're not socializing the way they used to. They're just becoming different. And that worries me about the future. And it also means that they are more susceptible to a lot of bad ideas. Both, what I call the woke left and the woke right. I've now started using the word woke. I never used to before.
Fucking Muslims don't drink. Like, how are we ever gonna get along? Like everyone's like, Maud, even she's the Prime Minister of fucking future Prime Minister of England. Nah, she's not gonna be Prime Minister ever. But more drinking. I can get on board with that. I mean, I agree with some things she says. I'm not gonna say, but I just think she's full of shit. She's only doing what like she's been told to do. She's failed engineering. She's failed being a lawyer. She's failed being a doctor, and now she's in politics. Fair enough. She's quite intelligent because she's done all these fucking courses, but she's failed them all. The only thing she's got to fail is politics. Now, that's the next. It's like, where shall I go next? I mean, it's not really a good track record, is it really? I mean, she didn't say she failed any of these courses, but she did say, wait a minute, I wasn't a lawyer. It's like, no, I mean, no, because you failed it. You didn't say you were an engineer either, but you said you studied engineering. You didn't fucking argue about that. You're like, oh yeah, I'm an engineer. I mean, maybe she fucking pass engineering course. To be honest, maybe she did pass the engineering course, which would be quite impressive if she does. But because that's quite a hard fucking course. That's a long course. How did she get, like, she's only fucking 20 years old. Look how old she is. 30 years old. Maybe she will be the future prime minister. Maybe she can do it. I doubt it. Yeah. It's like even women don't even believe in women prime ministers, like, in England. In America maybe, but you know, like England. Like, I don't think it's because we're sexist. I mean, you know, it's women. You know, women, like, even women don't even believe in women prime ministers. It's just like we're built differently. Like we don't want, like, a woman as prime minister because the weak, you know. It's not that we don't want a woman prime minister because, like, it seems like the weak, you know, because they're a woman, or you know, like fucking all the sexist, chauvinistic fucking shit that you can think of. Attractive, you know, unattractive. It's because, I mean, Theresa May, you know, perfect first female prime minister. You know, she was strong, annoying, you know, like exactly what you want from a woman, you know. Prime minister. Well, yeah, like, that's the problem, you know, Theresa May, unfortunately. Like, I like Theresa May, you know, I like Theresa May. I'm not even gonna lie. I did actually like Theresa May. I thought she was a refreshing fucking change. She had a very annoying voice though, which was annoying. So that might be the problem. I don't know what the problem was. You know, like, I mean, she did the same as everybody else. You know, nothing. You know, she didn't do shit. You know. She didn't fucking sort out Brexit, you know. She can't even sort out Brexit, you know. Does anybody remember Brexit, you know? Like, they kept going to meeting with the European Union. Like, it's fucking Brexit, you know. Exit out of European Union. You know, Brexit. Britain exits out of European Union. Oh, let's go and meet with European Union. What the fuck? We all vote to fucking go out of the European Union. Oh, let's go meet with the, like, fucking, the politicians kept going to meet with European Union. Like, why? You know, we've already voted. You know, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do if we don't fucking listen to them? You know, nothing. You know, they ain't got an army. They ain't got fucking nothing. You know, Send the lawyers in, you know. Fuck off, you know. Fucking, I'll buy you out, you know. I'm a country, right? Like, if you fucking fuck around as well and like start going, oh, England's a knobhead, you know, like breaching all his contracts. I'll just go to rest of countries and go, I'll sanction you. Tariffs. Give me some money. Give me some money. You wanna trade? You wanna trade with fucking tariffs? Come on, tariffs. You know, like simple. We should have done it a long time ago. You know, like Ireland, fucking, you know, fishing waters, tariffs. Come on, Ireland. Pay up. You want to be part of the European Union? Right, tariffs. Northern Ireland, you know, fishing boats, tariffs. Northern Ireland, you know, fucking Spain, you know, France. You wanna trade with us? You know, fuck you. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, bro? We don't trade anything. We trade with them, you know. We want their goods, but you know, they need us because we don't. They don't have no army, unfortunately. So we protect the world. It's a weird fucking hold we have on the world, England. But yeah, tariffs. You know, they all owe us money anyway. They all owe us money. No doubt, man. We're getting ripped off. You know? Like fucking, like Spain just goes, we're poor. You're not fucking poor, man. We send people. You're just corrupt, you know. You're not poor. You're just corrupt. Greece, corrupt. Italy, corrupt. You know, like, there's no doubt in my mind we're getting ripped off. Like, but you know, like, we don't really have a choice. We've got a fucking. We need our olives from Spain and fucking almonds from Spain, you know, and oranges from Spain, and we need this fucking pasta from Italy, you know. I don't know what we need from Italy, but Greece, we need fucking, I don't know, peanuts. I have no idea. Waffles, you know, we need waffles. We import more waffles than we make in England. I don't know why. You know, apparently the waffles are better in, like, you know, if we transport waffles halfway across the world, you know, it's better. It tastes better. So we need to import more waffles than we actually make in this country. You know, that's always a good thing. You know, that's a good standard for, like, our idiocy. That's a good standard for the corruption that exists in the United Kingdom. We import more waffles than we make in England. Did you know that? That's a good metric. it's a good example to how corrupt the whole system is, you know, like how fucking fucked up it all is. You know, we import more waffles than we make in England. You know how to make waffles. You know, I'm a chef. You know, I'll tell you how to make waffles. Eggs, flour, and water, or milk. You know, if you're posh. But in England, we don't even make it out of that shit. We make it out of water and fucking, not even eggs, you know, like fucking oil, vegetable oil, some sort. Weird. We don't even put eggs in it. We don't even put eggs in our waffles. You know. Not surprised we import them, to be honest. But like, I mean, even the foreign waffles are more disgusting. You know? Even the foreign waffles are disgusting. Like, we have pancake day, you know. We've got cheap ass eggs, but we can't even be asked making waffles, you know. it's just pancake batter, you know. You can't make a pancake, you know. Pancakes are better than waffles anyway, you know. Fuck waffles. You know, we're not American. We don't need to eat fucking loads of fucking bread, you know. Like, although one guy came to our house for pancake day. Like, my mum never stopped making pancakes. He was like just fucking scoffing them down, and he never stopped. He never stopped eating pancakes. And it's like he's never been fed, you know. my mum did make a fucking big deal out of pancake day that day. We had a party at my house for pancake day. We invited loads of people around. Well, we didn't invite loads of people around. We just invite like close friends around. But you know, they were like fucking. It was a party. Steve, who was just fucking scoffing pancakes on, like he's never been fed. You know. Mum didn't stop. Mum didn't stop making pancakes. You know. You want some more? Yep. Keep them going. Okay. You know, by the end of it, she ran out of eggs, so she's just like giving them flour and water. You know? No, I'm joking. Mum don't run out of eggs. We never run out of eggs. Barry, eggs, waffles, via Barry egg waffles. 2 Barry eggs, waffles in hand are worth 14 Jonathan cakes. Okay, I'll have a read. Get rid of you, you know, because very annoying. Make a new account, you know, make a new account, come back with better things to say. Less confusing and more readable, you know, like make it entertaining for everybody. Like, it's not just me that you got to entertain, you know, there's other people in chat too, you know? So we have to get rid of that